Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, April the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, great. Well, a lot happening as usual. First thing in the morning here. A lot of these little oil plays that have been beaten up. Just, MRO. In fact, I was watching this WPX. Unfortunately, it's already done this. I was waiting for maybe a 5 break, but it's already broken above. These are not low float situations. Half a billion in the float there approximately. And the MRO, I think, is pretty, 795 million in the float. So these are not low float situations, but you can just sort of look at these weekly charts, both for MRO and WPX. Very, very similar. You can see if they can break out, especially if this one gets over 5. Look at the gap it's got. So we'll have to see again once the market opens. I have no idea what's going to happen, but once the market opens, let's just take a look at some of these. Let's say WPX, MRO, OVV, which has been active in the past. It's also making a little move too. It's a little bit lower of a float, only 150 million in the float, but it's making a little move also. Somebody was mentioning, I did see the OAS. I think that's under $1 still, isn't it? Yeah, under $1 still. Now, the big flyer this morning, CPAH. Basically, they've come out with, now they're earning, I don't even know when they have official earnings, but they've kind of given some guidance about what they expect. And this company says it's booming. They have comms, remote comms, so they've taken advantage of what's happening, of course, in the world right now. So CPAH is a huge gap up right now. I almost took this one at 302. I remember saying to myself, well, Barry, you can have all you want at 302. And I didn't take it. But anyway, CPAH, super low float, 3 million in the float. And let's see, what did it do a few weeks ago? Looks like a couple of months ago, maybe 3 months ago, got up to 6. This is before, this is actually in January, so this is before the virus really hit. So this actually had a big run even before then. So anyway, there's the CPAH. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I know from yesterday is still strong, at least it was. Let me see if it's held. Yeah, it's holding. INO, still strong from yesterday. Still has room. I don't know if this is holding yet. DVAX, another virus play. DVAX, yeah, it's going to come down. Was at 390. Still up 10%. Pretty good volume. 158 million in the float. Here's an earnings play, and it's dragging, MGM up. Las Vegas Sands. LVS is an earnings play. And I guess they're saying it's not as bad. Anyway, there's LVS. And MGM is not an earnings play, but sympathy play for LVS. And yeah, I see the IMMU. So it was halted all the way to the end of yesterday. They finally released it from the halt. Obviously, tremendous news for this company. All-time high FDA approval. Oh, I have no idea if the energy sector will continue. No idea. All we're seeing right now is some bounces for these little ones, whether it continues or not. ENZ, another small one. Another virus play. Haven't really seen this one. I've seen it before, but I haven't seen this. The only problem is it's got the 200-day, 293, the 200-day moving average is right above it. It is not a super low float, 45 million in the float. And didn't really have too many other ones. Target, TGT, was gapping down under 100. At least it was under 100. Got down to about 98.98, and it's gapping down. I think it a little bit of news. Talk about online sales skyrocketing, but I saw a glimpse of something that is causing a target to move down. It's a big move, down 6%, half a billion in the float. Alcoa kind of starts off earnings season, guys. So Alcoa is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area right there. Obviously a good reaction so far to earnings for Alcoa, AA. This is kind of the start of earnings season with Alcoa. One moment, please. I got to launch my AWS. All right, guys. So listen, I am going to be all day watching all these pharmas. You know, I've got my top list with the pharmas that I've popped out from the similar stock window. My best trade yesterday was a sort of a late trade. It was a CDMO, and I got that from that watch list, our top list window, and it had a great run at the end of the day. And this was kind of a late trade. I mean, there's the move at 12:30. And it just kept moving higher and higher and higher. And I'll be watching that. I mean, we're getting obviously a lot of virus plays, but I mean, even when there's not a lot of virus plays in the news, I mean, at some point this will pass. But the farmers are always very active. Maybe keep an eye on this one. This is gapped down a little bit here. This grocery outlet, GO. Maybe it's a little bit choppy on that daily. Actually, I guess I'm going to forget about it. It's a little too choppy on that daily. It confounds me when people come in here and they can't hear me. If you can't hear, hopefully that points the gentleman in the right direction. Okay, guys, let's see. What time is it? 9:13. So I'm just going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Wow, a lot of downgrades. All right, I'll put some of the upgrades in. We have a lot of downgrades, though. I can't get them all in. I'll put some of the upgrades in. GPS, I noticed GPS is it's gapping down. Also, I see it has a downgrade from Morgan Stanley this morning. GPS, the gap. Ah, an upgrade for Nautilus. Okay, NLS. Let's see if this keeps its nice little run. All right, there are some of the upgrades. There are a ton of downgrades. Let me see if I can just find the Goldman Sachs ones. Actually, I don't even see anything from GS this morning on downgrades. Well, I'll put a few on them in. Some of the maybe the more name ones. See, Hertz and Carr are both downgraded this morning. What I'm doing is I'm just trying to find some of the ones that have multiple downgrades from different from different brokers. So see if I can spot those. A couple of the communication stocks. Well, I'll call them cable stocks more. You know what? There's just too many. Okay, excellent. I'm glad the refresh worked. William, you've had a problem from day one. I have no idea why you have that problem, but I'm glad. Hopefully, you're in the minority. Might want to keep an eye on Kroger, guys. It's KR. If it takes out this area right there, you can see how on the daily chart it's been kind of butting up against around 3280-ish or so. It's not that far away. It looks a little even. Look at that on the weekly chart. Look at the weekly chart. You see how many times it's tried to get to this area. I know it. A couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, whenever that is. I think it had earnings then. Maybe not, but it did pop all the way up here. But keep an eye on Kroger. If it takes this out right there, that looks like around 30. I think I have a price alert set for around 3280-ish or so. Yeah, Q has just been amazing. It's another lifetime high for Q. No volume yet, but, well, a little bit of volume, but yeah, another lifetime high for Q. It's just been steadily. I mean, look at this over the last 5 weeks, maybe 930 to 24 for Q. Okay, Mike. Yeah, I'll give you the link for the trading room. I'll be able to do that a little later, hidden. Okay, it's not hard. You just want to make your own watch list. Okay, maybe around 10 o'clock if that's okay. Just remind me if I forget. And Mike, let me just give you the link for the room, trading room. Okay, here you go, Mike. Here's the link for the trading room. Um, Yeah, I noticed a couple of weird things happening with the single stock window this morning, but yeah, fruit and vegetable market. So yeah, obviously Overstock is not a fruit and vegetable market. Revolve is not. I have no explanation for that. Why that's happening. Yeah, Q is shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Well, this is holding its own, man. Oh man, that's hasn't given it up at all. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, CPAH. You know, you might want to keep an eye on Rattler here, and this is another one of these little ones in the energy sector. There's no volume yet. It's on the watch list. You can see why it's on the watch list. Has a lot of room. There's no volume yet. It's a low float, 35 million in the float. Had a nice day yesterday, and you can see on that weekly chart has a ton of room. As I say, there's no volume yet, of course, so you just have to wait for the market to open to see exactly what it's going to do. But a great, nice little break on the daily yesterday, breaking out of this area here. But again, more importantly, look left on that weekly chart, a ton of room. Morning, Dan, in the YouTube room. Okay, Hidden, listen, if you're listening to me right now, I'll quickly, if you can follow it very quickly, I'm going to show you how to make a watch list. Okay, if you're listening to me, you can see. I'm going to try to do it quickly, just before the market opens. Okay, so did I change? No, I've had the same mic for quite a while now. Okay, so what I do is this: I start off with an alert window, okay, or a top list window. How I want to monitor my watch list, okay. So create a top list window or an alert window, and how you're going to want to monitor it, because basically you attach the watch list into to the alert window or the top list window. So I'm going to assume you've created your alert window or your top list window. Then you right click, configure, symbol lists, create new. Give it a name. I'll call it hidden after you. Get the caps off now. Okay, so I've given it a name, hidden. I say okay, this box pops up, and then you just, if you have a bunch of symbols already, you can copy and paste them in, or you can type them in one at a time. I'll type in Macy's. I say okay. All right, now notice here, you have to see your symbol list in this column. Most of the time, where are you? Let's see if you're there. Okay, so that, for whatever reason, that didn't do it. But so you have to go to Add Existing List. And if you've never done one before, you're going to see it immediately. There you are, hidden. Okay, so if you don't see it here, then just click on the hidden, and it'll move over here, and then you just check it. And this is a drop-down menu. Basically, you're saying only the following list. You check it, and now that symbol list called hidden is now attached to that alert window that you created. Okay? Now, the next step, of course, I don't want to do that. So the only other thing that you have to do is, from time to time, of course, you're probably going to want to edit it. So, and you have to write this down because this is not intuitive. You click on Tools from the toolbar, Tools, Symbol Lists, and then again, you won't have as many, of course. You just find your list, find your symbol list, left click on it to highlight it, and then edit the list. Okay, and then here's where you can just edit your list. That's what I do every day with my watch list. Okay, and then you say, okay, and that's it. Now I'm going to delete you. Okay, you're gone. So that's basically it. Hopefully you got all that. I see you say gotcha. So good. And, oh, I forgot. Guys, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, don't forget, you can, all day long, just click on New from the toolbar, New, Channel Bar, My Watch List, or My Window. Okay, Barry's window is right there. Remember, everything in the toolbar, in the channel bar is a layout. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you do anything, before you click on any channel, because it's a layout in your channel. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will disappear, which is okay again, as long as you've saved it. And then you can follow my watch list all day long if that's what you want to do. Nothing will happen in these two until at least 9:45. I have a delay. Can you highlight all the stocks on one of the open windows and paste those in a new alert box? You can only, no, you can't paste an alert. I mean, you can copy symbols and put them into a watch list, but you can't just sort of, I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean. You can't take this and then somehow paste it in here, no. Again, you can copy, just like I did before though, you can put these into a symbol list, a watch list, and then attach it. But remember, the idea of an alert window is not to do that. You know, the alert window is only, you only want to get alerts when the filters are met, and then there's a trigger. But that's not the function of an alert window though. But you can attach, you might have an alert window, like I was just explaining. You create an alert window, and then you can attach the symbols that you want to the alert window by creating that symbol list. All right, I'm going to get rid of these two and get set for the open. And again, I usually set out the first 15 minutes anyway. I like these things settle down just a little bit. SPY is, I think, modestly positive right now. Yeah, just a little bit of a gap. Nah, hardly any. I mean, it's up 0.48. So see what happens once this market opens. See if this can hold. Had a decent day yesterday, of course. When is the VWAP coming to the AI? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Dan. All right, well, we're opening in about 20 seconds. SNBR, any idea? Okay, let's take a look at SNBR. Oh, sleep number. Yeah, actually pretty good. Well, it is actually an earnings play post-market, so it released earnings after hours yesterday. Volume is pretty good. Low float, 27 million. Yeah, it could be interesting for the day. I mean, it takes out that 29. It's about $1 away from the next high looking left. All right, we are now open. Okay, I didn't know that. I haven't seen that video, Dan. I mean, you can already, of course, if you want to see stocks that are close to the view app, you know you can do that right now without going to the having the AI do it. But look at XEC, guys. Another energy play. XEC, 100 million in the float. Volume is just starting to pick up. XEC, it looks like a lot of those other. This is a a more expensive one, but it looks doesn't it look a lot like the MROs, the WPXs? I mean, look at these weekly charts. Look at these weekly charts. Here's the XEC again. They're all kind of the same. Big bottom and then trying to crawl back. Would I trade IMMU? Yeah, I don't have a problem with stocks that are up a lot. I mean, we trade it right now, of course, but it is a little puzzling why it was halted for so long. I mean, I think that information seemed to come out during market hours, FDA approval. But anyway, it didn't open until, I guess, after hours. Yeah, I guess it opened after hours. Yeah, VSTM is still has room, guys. VSTM. The high of yesterday was 450, so I think it briefly got above it. 451, yes. So again, nothing will trigger in this watch list until at least the first 15 minutes. I'm not saying we'll get something right at 9:45, but I have a delay. Yeah, so the volume, you can see the volume poured in. Not a lot of volume pre-market for SNBR. I don't see that it's halted. Let's see. I don't see that it's halted. No, it's not halted. INO, it's not halted. AMRN popping up. Let's see if this holds, or again, typically first 5 minutes, 15 minutes, you see big wide candles, up, down, up, down. It's typically why I like to sit out that first 15 minutes. No guarantee that things settle down after 15, of course, but look at the nice move on the SPY though. Very nice move on that SPY. Barrick, gold. Look at gold. Nice move for gold. Yeah, VSTM continues. Volume is picking up. Interesting break here in the daily for IMGN, guys. IMGN. Look at that break on that daily chart right here. Okay. NLS had an upgrade this morning. Boy, keep an eye on this one. If it holds, doesn't get too whippy. It's not a super low float, 150 million in the float, but where's the 200? Okay, there's the VWAP, 403, the 200-day. It's above the 200-day. And that's IMGN. What do I think of Snap? Let's see. So they did an offering, okay. Well, it's it's not being hammered. I don't know what the price of the offering is, but it's not being hammered yet. Of course, there was an earnings play yesterday, tremendous earnings play yesterday. Keep an eye on this IMGN, guys. If it holds, I mean, it's got room. Next high looking left is about 486. Hold, when I say hold, holding this price level. It doesn't get too whippy. This might be an exception to my rule if it pops. My rule being not taking a stock in the first 15 minutes. Okay, I'm just watching to see if this holds at least 4 and then moves back up here. If it moves back up to around that 413 mark, I might take it. Just want to see how well it holds this. FTI, guys, FTI on the move here. FTI, this is actually an earnings play. FTI didn't really see very much action. Post-market, release earnings after hours, didn't see that much action. Pre-market. But FTI trying to come back. It's okay, guys, a little rule breaker for me. So I took the IMGN at 413. If it gets into the teens again, I'm out. I don't usually do this. And it might be just a very quick scalp. Just quickly get it in here. I don't normally do this. Another one that's APA, another little oil play. APA, big float, but it is on the move too. Like a lot of these little, I bet you Oxy on the move. Yeah, if this doesn't move very quickly here, this IMGN, I'm just going to get out of it. I can always get back in. If it gets into the 420s, if I get back out right now, for instance, and it moves into the 420s, I mean, the energy plays are definitely alive today. How did that Rattler do? Did it hold? Rattler? Yeah, the volume is starting to pick up a little bit. Low float, 35 million in the float. RTLR. It's on the watch list. Just watching the IMGN, see if it can get into the 20s. Yeah, stick an alert up here. And where I got that one from was from the, this is this top list that I created from the similar, and I popped it out. Watch it all day long. All right, guys, listen, I just have to do this. I took some out at 425. I mean, I'm just, I just don't trust taking things in the first 15 minutes. But so I want to lock something in here. So nice little percentage move. Nice move on the SPY though. Look at that first 15-minute candle. Right at the high. Now I'm going to stick an alert right here on the SPY. I doubt if it'll take it out today, but at some point, takes that out right there. Let's see if this can get into the 430s for the IMGN. Okay, guys, I'm out most of it now at 428. I'm sort of outside my comfort level of taking these so early. I have a little bit left in case it does something crazy. Look at CCO. Wow, CCO. Well, I know, I said I kind of, I guess if it's a rule, I kind of bended my rule this morning. I haven't taken a trade before 9:15 or 9:45 in a long, long time. CCO, look at this one, guys, go. Go, guys. Actually not a low flow, 49 million in the float, so it's not a low flow situation. CCO. Another energy play. I mean, look this weekly chart. Very, very familiar looking for a lot of these energy plays. PDCE. Look at this weekly chart. Now maybe starting to try to fill in this void. This is not a super low float, 66 million. XEC kind of continued. Again, another one that looks kind of the same. All these massive potential gap fills on the weekly chart for these. All right, well, I am in GN. Yeah, I'll share it, sure. Do I have it pinned? I do have it pinned. So this is the farmer preparation, okay? Now, again, how I did this is I popped it out. I basically, when I saw this, there's IMGN, okay? So it's in the farmer preparation. There's a similar tab. I just popped it out. Right click, popped it out. You pop it out, and here it is. And then what I'm able to do is now it turns it into a top list. And then I basically put the price range I like to trade, the minimum volume. I love the position in range column. I want to see stocks near the high of the day, or conversely near the low of the day. Okay, that's just the way I like to trade. So follow it all day long. All right, down goes CPA, CPAH. All right, so it's now 9:47. Nothing showing up yet in my watch list, up or down. Oh, I actually forgot to. I'll turn it on. Forgot to do all this morning. I'll turn them on, see what happens. So what I've done is I basically enabled auto trading of my watch list up and down. So if a symbol shows up, it's going to automatically take the trade. I'll go over all that around 10:30, how you can do that if you want. All right, so you can see right off the bat that some of these just did not hold. These little MRO, let's see what WPX did. They do the same thing. Yeah, see they're not holding. There's another one not holding. EQT. Okay, so I see a question, what should you put your money into? This is not that sort of a room. Certainly, I'm not going to tell you where you're supposed to put your money, okay? It has to be up to you. I'm not a financial advisor. You might get some opinions coming into the room where you can look at, but certainly not going to say you should put your money into this stock, okay? Look at DKL continues. What a day it had yesterday. Continuation. And it actually took that trade, okay. So you can see right there, it took the trade. Now this is on the auto trader, okay? This is auto trading the entries in my watch list. What you're seeing is the simulator in action. This is not my account. This is the simulator. I am connected to the Trade Ideas simulated trading. If you're a new trader, a great way to practice trading. This is part of our standard package. All right, Crocs is an earnings play after hours today. So it's releasing earnings after the market closes today. Crocs, CROX. Yeah, you can use our price alert window. Hobgood. Have you not used our price alerts before? Oh, okay. That's exactly how you do it. Okay, so if you go to the toolbar and click on New, click New, and then Price Alerts. Okay, Price Alerts window. When you do that, your Price Alerts window will pop up. Okay. Then here's what you do. So you want to put a buy signal. I mean, in your case, let's just say for argument's sake, you wanted to take AR right up here at 221. Okay, so you go to the chart, and you can put it on the daily chart. Doesn't matter what chart you use. But let's say you wanted to put a buy signal. You just right click. And what I'll do it here, it's a little easier to see maybe. Let's just say you wanted to put it at 241, right at the high there that week. So you just move your mouse, get that dotted line to wherever you want it, right click, create price alert window. If it's where you want it, I have it at 244. You could, obviously make it at 2, whatever you want, type it in, 235. If you want to put a note in, I never, it's up to you. If not, then you just save and that's it. So if it hit that price, so what'll happen is, you see how I've got it down here? I minimize this window. I put a sound alert on the window. With my actions, I put a sound alert on the window. I minimize the window. I sort it on the triggered column so that, and when I minimize it, if it hits that price, this window will pop up right in your screen. You'll have a sound alert and you'll see it right at the top because I've sorted it on the triggered column. Okay? All right, guys. Well, we have a successful first trade. Okay, from now on, I take trades in the first 15 minutes. It's the new me. As I say, I still have some left. Don't have much left, but I still have enough left that if it does something really crazy, worst possible thing is that it worked. Gives me a false sense of security. Even Siri is on the move here, not Apple Siri, but Sirius XM. Locutus, if you're in the room, I still got my, probably one of the early subscribers. Still have that subscription. GNPX. This is from Fred in the YouTube room. I'm just saying Siri, Locutus, S-I-R, Siri is on the move. Sirius. Still has that incredibly big float. What was the rationale? If you follow me enough, you'll know I love taking trades over the whole number. Okay, so I basically, while I was mulling about if I was or mulling it over, I wanted to see how well it held over 4. Okay, but look at the break. Look at the daily. Look at that daily break. So it had broken out of all this, and then if I look left, had a lot of room that it could possibly keep moving. Okay. So that was my rationale. For me, it's all about the daily, weekly, monthly chart and always looking left. Look left, look left, look left. You hear me say that over and over and over again. If it has a lot of room, because most of the, well, let's say virtually every single trade that I take is going to be a stock very near the high of the day, or if I'm going short, very near the low of the day. Consequently, I don't have to worry about any intraday resistance, because we're already at, we're obviously breaking through any intraday resistance. So the next step is to take a look at these daily and weekly and monthly charts to see, okay, what sort of, great, you're at a high today. What sort of, where could it possibly keep going to? I mean, imagine this, all this, if you can see what I'm doing, all this was right above. I wouldn't have taken that trade. I wouldn't even considered it. Too much resistance. Whoa, look at Overstock. Overstock on the way down here, OSTK. And by the way, I have not even been paying attention. I'm going to have to delete all this. I have not even been paying attention to my my auto trades. Okay, obviously, never ever should you let something that you're up $82 turn into a $120 loss. Okay, so if you're I mean, there's no way that you would let that. No way you should let that happen. So I'm just going to. I'll exit. I'm going to clear it out. If you're using, if you are using simulated trading, you have to follow your trades. But of course, I was all wrapped up in that IMGN trade, which I'm completely out of now. So, I mean, it was an okay trade. Now, CLB, I mean, again, why would this one be on the watch list? Just take a look at, again, that weekly chart. Look at the room it potentially has. I mean, the high of the week, looking left on that weekly chart, is around 1678. So that's far enough away. I mean, that's, 270 to 270 or so away. So that's got still a lot of room that it could run over the whole number. This is very interesting for me. So this is not pulled back like a lot of those other little energy plays. It's it's a slightly different sector, support activities. So it's a slightly different sector than say the MRO. I mean, it's energy sector, but look what these ones did. CLB has not done that. Okay, guys, so I'm in the CLB in my real account for all the reasons I just mentioned. Hopefully it doesn't go down below 14. I'm in at 14.17. Now it's got a bad spread. Now again, you can use this as a watch list. Anyway, this may not work for me right off the bat, but I can always, I mean, just watching to see how it trades up here. Quickly get this in here. No, you can't. I see what you're saying. No, it would probably drive you nuts, Puck Stopper. But so what you're saying is you want when you get an alert, it'll automatically load into a chart. No, not automatically. No. I mean, I suppose if you had a window that is not that active, but can you imagine you had a very active window? You'd have charts popping up constantly on you. It would drive you nuts, I think. All right, guys, so that was a quick in and out trade. But I'm going to keep watching this one, the CLB. See if it gets back up over that 1418. Took a little loss on that one. And see if it gets it back up to about 1422, and I might take the trade again. Oh, by the way, I know I shared this one, but what I'm going to do now is I take out the relative volume filter because I want to see the things in the pre-market. But now I'm going to add the relative volume filter. If you have the relative volume filter active in an alert window or a top list window, you will get no data in the pre-market. So that's why I take it out pre-market, just to sort of see what's going on. But now I'm going to add it so that I can get a more manageable list, if that makes sense. I also have another, it's not quite the far, it's sort of a similar sector that I'm watching. Get a more manageable list. You know, another one that is still pretty active here is that surgery. Okay. A couple of days, 4 days ago, 3 days ago, sorry, got right up to that 200-day moving average. Still pretty active. Look at this one. Concrete Pumping Holdings. Not a low float, 44 million and 45 million in float. Not that much volume, but what a move. And it has been halted. I guess it was halted. I didn't see that halt. What a move, BBCP. All right, IMGN. So what I'm going to do with IMGN is I'm going to stick an alert in the 30s and see if it gets back up there later on today. There's a pullback. This is typically what can happen in the first 5 minutes. You know, that you get a green candle, then a red candle. In this particular case, it just kept going. Okay, here's another one in the pharma sector, ARDX. Volume is not great yet. You can see that if it can take out 721, there's the high of last week. Ah! It ran away from me. CLB ran away from me. Let's see if it holds this area. So keep an eye on ARDX. There's not that much volume yet, but if it takes out the high of last week, which is around 720, then you look left, 741. It may not be that good. It's too bad that high is there, because otherwise you look at that weekly chart and it could have room to about 8. Ah, yeah, well, that's the way it goes. Wow, this is just ripping now, this CLB. Too bad it took me out earlier, but I have to follow my rules, guys, on stops. I could have just as easily, collapsed under 14 and continue down, so. SGRY. It's a challenging 10 now. Okay, guys, take a look at LPTX, another very cheap one, only 17 million in the float. Volume it's not great yet, but I'm sure it'll keep picking up. Looking left on that weekly chart, you've got 267. Things settle down a little bit, and this could have a chance to run, when I say look left and I say, okay, 267, I'm not saying take this trade at 215 because it's going to get there. All we're trying to do is take chart resistance out of, like, one of the reasons for a stock not moving up can be chart resistance. So we're just trying to take that out of the equation. It may not move up any higher for other reasons, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. You can see exactly what happened with this one. It stalled right there on that weekly chart. And that was the BSGM. Yeah, Q is just on an absolute mission here. I don't even know what they do. Is this a virus? Is this a virus play? It is not a virus play. No, this is actually not a virus play for Q. They've collaboration with Merck. Metastatic head and neck cancer. So this has got nothing to do with the virus for Q, CUE. It's killing me. Well, if you guys took this trade and had a little more patience than I did, that's turning into a nice little trade for the CLB. I missed my re-entry. That's basically what it was. I just missed my re-entry on it. Ah. Yeah, keep an eye on this. I mean, I don't love this weekly on the ARDX, but it is starting to creep up. Probably this could stall it though, 720. And then unfortunately looking left, as I said before on that weekly chart, 741 is right there. That could kind of stall it. It's too bad. Looks interesting. So again, guys, this is I use this also as a watch list, not just for the auto entering and because, the BSGM, it had a 809, it popped up to 832. I mean, nothing fantastic, but not bad. But it's pulled back. But if it gets back up to that 809, around 8, I'm going to stick an alert and see if it makes it back up there again. The DKL is a little bit below that trigger, so I'm going to stick an alert around 1550 and see if it happens again. Well, too bad. No shorts available for me for CPAH. That's a great looking, not quite, but a green bar ignored. It's not quite because there's the bottoming tails down there, but look at that. I mean, the green bar the body is engulfed by that previous red candle, moving down. So with the green bar ignored, basically maybe just a pause in that downward motion, but there's no shorts available for me for CPAH. All right, guys, here's another one on that pharma list. The Cara, 1644 is the high of yesterday. And then the next high looking left is 1716. So again, it's a matter of just seeing how well these hold these areas, I like to see stocks that look kind of like this as opposed to up and down, up and down. And then, it could be near the high of the day. But if it's been doing that in an up and down motion for 1014 for the first 45 minutes, it doesn't give you a lot of confidence that anything can hold. But if you see a pattern that looks a little bit like this, let me see if I can show you one that I wouldn't like. Yeah, like this one. I mean, look how up and down, up and down, up and down. Yeah, it's near the high of the day, but it doesn't give you a lot of faith that, if you took this trade right there, that you could get another red bar down. So again, I'm not saying Cara is going to race higher, but at least it wasn't whipping down. It was basically a nice steady move up. You know, here's another one, guys. Halo. Haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be a pretty active trader. Halo. Over the whole number. Not bad. A little bit of a pause here. But again, look left. What's the high? 2206 on that weekly chart. So it's just a little bit above that high. And, you know, now you look left on that monthly chart and it's got, you know, it's got room. A little bit of room here. So keep an eye on Halo. H-A-L-O. Now on the downside, CYCC, this is, well, it looks like, I guess, is this you do a reverse split at some point, but anyway, this is shortable, for me anyway, IB. Yeah, they probably did a reverse split. I'm sure they did, what, 841,000 in the float. But it's underneath 4 now. So this is on the flip side of the pharmas, right down at the bottom here. So only one AI alert, and you know, I'm not a big fan of the early ones. You know, sometimes they work, but just not a big fan of the ones that we get triggered at 9:35 or 9, so 5 minutes after the open. You can see it got stopped out. However, it could come back. So what I do, I put a price alert at the original entry and see if it comes back. So guys, I'm going to go over this. It's 10:18. I'm going to go over this in about 12 minutes or so at 10:30. But you notice this took this trade, and it took 769 shares. Why did it do that? Because I have this on the auto entry. There was the entry at 219. Okay, there's the stop. I'm going to show you how that stop was placed. If I take 219 minus 206, multiply that by 769, you'll see that my stop, I'm risking, and again, I'm going to go over this, I'm risking $100 a trade in the simulator. So you can see right there, it says if it moved down to that stop price of 206, if I allowed that to happen, I'd lose $96. It's an approximate, and I'm going to show you how that happens. So that's how you can share size automatically if you have a stop in place, and you also indicate how much you're, you know, how much you're willing to lose on a trade. You should always go into, there we go. Should always have a stop before you take a trade. And remember, I was watching that one. That also was, I'm sorry, that was not the one. It was LPTX, sorry. I mixed these up. LPTH and LPTX. Did it move back up? It was a big, Yeah, let's see. I mean, there's the pre-market high. I think I have an alert set up here. I mean, this is an earnings play. SNBR is an earnings play. Good volume now. It's a low float, 27 million in the float for a $28 stock. That is very low. And so Bernardo, I'm not sure how I can answer that question. I mean, obviously in the first hour of the market, that's where it's most active, and then it will slow down. No question about that. But I've been noticing that, even in the pharmas or some of the other ones, that they can set up after lunchtime too. Things have settled down a little bit more, and then when you get moves, they're not quite as whippy. So I don't know if that exactly answers your question. I was asked what time range, in my experience, do the alerts work the most. Now, if you're talking about the AI, I mean, I just have a bias about early alerts. I just don't like them. I think you have to let things settle down a little bit. Otherwise, you get it's just too whippy in the first. Look at sugar. I was talking about the Rattler earlier, the WTLR. Okay, I'm just going to demonstrate how you can get out of a trade. So if I want to get out of that trade, I just flatten it. Okay, and there's my closeout profit in the simulator for RTLR. I'm going to go over all this. This is all part of the standard pack. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I mean, to auto trade, you need our premium service, okay? But if you don't care about auto trading anything, then Brokerage Plus is part of your standard package. So the simulator, if you don't care about auto trading, is just part of the standard package. Okay, so this one again, it's up, not bad. It's a lot of shares, 769 shares. All right, down goes IMMU, guys. IMMU. Now this could be a big drop, and it is shortable for me. IMMU. Yeah, flatten is just exiting my position. Yeah. We have a halt. A halt for this one. I've never seen this one before. This looks like this, almost like an IPO back here, or a symbol name change. I'm not sure. Never seen this one before. Amira Nature Foods. So this was halted. Now it's resumed. No volume. No volume. Very low float. Probably this was this was not. No way this was an IPO. I guess it got out. Sorry, this was a symbol name change of some sort. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're market orders. I mean, in the simulator, I'm not sure. I think you can set up a little bit differently in your real, but I think I'm pretty sure they're market orders. But it'll try to fill in between. Remember, it's using our real time data. All right, LPTH. Let me just do this. I'll just flatten this and see where it got out. I mean, the spread is very tight, so yeah, I would, yeah, if you're really, you can limit out, and then you can set up where you're, I just use the flatten because I'm in the simulator. And also, I mean, you look at something like this, the worst that was going to happen, I get out at 225. Okay. You look at something like that, so it's not a big deal. Okay. Just give me a moment here. Just have to get some water. Okay. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Wow, look at that SNBR. It took that area out. Wow, what a move. SNBR, it is an earnings play, guys. Interesting, interesting start. It looked like it was going to drop. Well, it was dropping. And then So if you look left on that daily chart, 29.95, 29.57. So it is a little bit above the two highs looking left on that daily chart. I mean, obviously this has room if it wants to continue to go. And the volume is fantastic. 16 times normal, 27 million in the float. What is the reverse? So let's just say, for instance, there's the WPX. I'm long. All right. If I wanted to turn that into a short, I would just click on reverse. Okay. Now, if you're going to do that, you have to be watching the bid ask. Okay, because in theory, it'll take you. It'll go in right at the ask, which may be way below at the bid, which may be way below the ask. So, I mean, if it's a tight spread, it doesn't matter. But if it's a bad spread, you can't use that reverse. Does that make sense? Meanwhile, yeah, CHK, wow, what a move. I mean, a lot of these look like this. This is even more dramatic though, the CHK. The CCO chart early anyway had a big pop. Yeah, I mean obviously if it can get back up to that high, still has room. Fairly low float, 49 million in the float. But it's pulled back. I mean, that's a big pullback. $1.28 back all the way to $1. I mean, that's a big percentage pullback. Whoa, so it took the Q. Is that what it was? It used to be the old ANFI, or RYCE. Yeah, there was no volume. I mean, it's still no volume for a move like that. That's crazy. Okay, guys. Wow, it's 10:33 already. 10:30 already, past 10:30. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you are brand new to the room today or this week, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday. I'm open 9 to 3 Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And of course, it is a free room. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab within the trading room. So I apologize for those of you following me in the YouTube feed. I can't share these scans. I have to try to figure out a way to do that, but I can't do it. I can't put them all in there. It just doesn't, the copy and paste doesn't work. One at a time, it works okay, but not multiple. Anyway, you want to come into the trading room, I can share things a lot easier. But if you click on the scans tab, you'll see all the scans that I am sharing. People ask me for my layout all the time. Okay, one moment, please. Somebody asked how to get into the trading room. So let me just... Here is a link. Okay, there's a link for the trading room. So people ask me for my layout. So I don't have a shared layout as such. If you want to follow these all day long, I'm going to get out of the queue. It's too whippy. If you want to follow these all day long, then you load it from the channel bar. Okay, you click on New from the toolbar, and then the channel bar, and then My Windows. And remember, this is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do this, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Your layout will disappear Again, which is, I always say it's okay as long as you saved your layout to the cloud. So that's how you get these 3 windows. And then these 2 down here, kind of a la carte. Kind of a la carte. This is what I've done. So I've named them all. Hopefully they make sense to you. You can pick and choose whatever ones you want. You can always download them all from the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Okay, scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. And the links that I'm going to talk about, including the webinar links and the training links, you can download those also. It goes to a Word document. So the advantage of this, of course, is that you can take a look at everything at your leisure. So let's talk about some of those links. I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus in more detail. First, talk about the training. So we have training Monday to Friday from noon to 1 in the YouTube channel. So the YouTube format is this. I am the moderator from 9 to noon. And then from noon to 1 of the trainers / traders, I always say that because all the trainers are traders also. They take over from 12 to 1, and then I resume from 1 to 3. And the YouTube channel is fine. If you don't care, there's way more interaction in this trading room among other traders, plus the links that I can show. But if all you care about is seeing my screen and listening to me, then the YouTube feed is fine. Webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. You should have the latest beta. Why does it cause your computer to crash, Brent? That's really strange. Let me see if I can figure out a way to put this in here into the YouTube room, the scans. I might have to do it one at a time. I'm not sure. It's a real pain for me. That's why I do it here, so that people can just pick and choose. I don't have to, post the links over and over and over again. I just have them go into the tab. Let me figure it out. Oh, Brent, you got to get off Windows 7, man. Come on. It's not even supported anymore by Microsoft, is it? There's only so much we can do. Anyway, kind of teasing you a bit, but so you should have the latest beta. Why should you have the latest beta? Well, you'll have that similar tab. If you have the single stock window, and I encourage you to have the single stock window open, and you can load it from here, new single stock window. Gives you a lot of information. You can create your own filters. Things that you want to see all the time. I want to see the 200-day. I like to see the VWAP, things like that. I like to see the positions, but you can create your own. This is just what I like to see. But also you'll have that similar tab, which is turning into a very, very powerful tab, especially when you use it in the pop-out sense. And I'm going to go over that. So if you don't have that similar tab and you don't have the buy and short buttons right on the chart, then please download the latest beta. You click on that link. It'll go to the download page. Scroll down until you see the beta. All right, and then you can download it. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. You can sign up for it right there. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it right there. Now the test drive. This is going to be very popular. If you click on that test drive link, you'll be brought to this page. So one of the number one question, do you have free trials? No, we do not have free trials, but every 3 months, 4 times a year, every quarter, we have what we call a test drive. What this allows you to do is to sample, have access to our full premium service for $8.99 for up to 10 trading days. This one starts on the 11th, which is a Monday, but you'll actually have access to the program on about 2 hours after the market closes on the Friday before the Monday, okay? So you can play around with it on the weekend, and then 10 full trading days plus the weekend in between. And again, full premium service for $8.99. This is also open to our standard subscribers who would like to try premium for those 10 trading days. So it's a heck of a deal. You want to try us out? It only costs $8.99. We only do this, I say, 4 times a year. Now, what you're doing here, just like it says, save your test drive spot. So you'll see there's a you'll have your email to fill out. You'll pay us the $8.99. This is pre-registration, so please do not bother our poor support people and say, "Hey, where's my data?" Okay, the test drive does not start till the 11th. Okay, so what you're doing here is pre-registering. I know I'm sort of sound like I'm nagging, but you have no idea how many support calls we have to field saying, "Hey, I signed up. Where's my data?" Okay, so now I've gone over the links. And now I'm talk about our subscriptions, but before we do that, if you take a look at this, if you click on the subscriptions link or tab, at the bottom here we have 4 ebooks. The bottom 3 are swing trading setups, and the top one is a take on earnings season, as we're just getting into earnings season right now. These are all trade ideas generated. Okay, these are not third party, they're all free. I do have a Twitter account. This is a stocks only Twitter account at bbruin44. Already talked about the test drive. If you want to take out a subscription right now, do have a promo code for you. Barry4Alpha, right there. Instant 15%, 15% savings off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on the subscription link, this is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have basically 4 plans. The full plan, the full premium annual would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between standard and premium, the AI, which I'm going to go over, and also if you wanted to auto trade anything, you need our premium service. Now you don't have to start off with an annual plan, even our premium plan. You can always just try us out. We have a standard monthly plan. It's just month to month. You can cancel anytime. $118 a month, less the 15%. Remember, that discount's only good for the first month. Or $228, less the 15%. Now, if you decided that if you took one of these subscriptions out and you wanted to upgrade, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. Now I want to talk about the AI. First, check to see if I have any questions. Well, Rattler, what a great, nice alert. You know, I was demonstrating how to get out of things on the flatten. Okay, now there's DKL. It has come right back up, guys. DKL has come right back up to that original signal. So let's see how well it performs after. Again, that's why I'm saying this is a good watch list. The fact that it popped early, you could have taken some profit out if you're in the simulator or if you were trading it for real. And now it has come right back up. What's the spread like? It's not terrible, 43.51. Okay, so I want to go over the AI. And what it's all about. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, all right? And this is not one of them, but if it were, AI waits for the market to close. We wait for the market to close. And so that we have access to the latest market data. So nothing will happen. The optimization routine will not start until the market closes every day. And then it takes a look at all the filters that are in all the different strategies. So it obviously looks at one strategy at a time. And the AI strategies have way more filters in place. Basically goes through an optimization procedure, which is maybe adjusting the filter values, maybe taking a filter out, adding one in, runs through all 50. Obviously, you and I could never do that. Hard enough to do one. The idea is when we do this optimization procedure, is out of the 50, we're trying to optimize a number of them so that we get a win percentage of at least 60% and a profit factor of at least 2. So we don't know how many of the 50, once the optimization procedure is run, how many will actually do that. But that's what I call making the cut. So certain strategies will make the cut. We don't know which ones are going to make the cut for tomorrow because, again, we'll have the optimization procedure will run once the market closes. Now, as I always say, I don't care which ones make the cut. All I care about is, okay, what alerts do we get from the strategies? I don't care about which ones make the cut. So you can see right off the bat, and I don't display this because, again, not fair to those who pay for our premium service if I'm going to do that all day long. But if you have our premium service, this is what I would encourage you to do. I mean, a lot of people go to the channel bar and the Omni channel, which will show all 3 segments, okay, of the AI. I wouldn't worry too much about what they all mean. People ask, well, what do the different segments do? Neo is a little more aggressive. Holly 2.0, not as, and the original one was the Grail. But I really, honestly, I don't think you should pay that much attention. What I would do is just, look at the alerts and follow them. Who cares where they're coming from? And this is what I would do. I would go to New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And I would load that window. If you don't see all up here, if you still see Grail, that means you're not on the latest beta, okay? And because now that is the default. But if you see Grail, then just right click on that window and go down to segments and check all. You can also then have this window can be made part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. Just make it part of your layout. And then just watch the alerts as they come in. Obviously, there's a pretty darn good one right now. It's a little bit later, 10:20. So that's basically what the AI is all about. And to have the AI, if you want the AI, you'll need our premium service. Now, I'm going to go over a little more detail about what Brokerage Plus is all about. So the Brokerage Plus window can be loaded from New, Brokerage Plus. And then this window will pop up. You'll probably have I'm sure you'll have some tabs up here. You can take a look at all the columns that are available to you. If you right click on one of those column headers and then click on columns, you'll see all of the columns that are available, okay? These tabs here, from within Brokerage Plus, click on New, and here are the tabs available, okay? Now, everything I'm going to talk about right now is part of the standard service until I tell you that you need our premium service. And you can use Brokerage Plus in 2 ways. You can connect as a simulated trading. So in other words, paper trading, okay, simulated trading. Or if you have an interactive broker's account, you can connect to your interactive broker's account and trade your live account. Okay, on a monthly basis, the difference is about $100. So, again, 2 ways to use it, and what I demonstrate all day long is the simulator in action, okay? And again, all part of the standard service until I tell you that it isn't. And this is when you would need premium. So the simplest way to use Brokerage Plus, of course, in the most manual way, and you can do that. So if I click on a symbol, I click on BLRX down here, the symbol loads. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm shorting, I sell. If I'm going long, I buy. And then these are these hotkeys that you have. Flatten gets out of a position, gets out of half your position. You can double your position. Or if you wanted to, I went long here. Now I want to go short. I can reverse my position. If you're going to do that, just make sure you understand the spread though, okay, the bid and ask. I wouldn't, if you're new to trading, just don't even bother. So that's the simplest way that you can use Brokerage Plus, the most manual way. The next step would be to create what we call one-click trading. So if you right click, so now you take a look at a symbol and now you want to trade it. You go back, right click, and hover over this hover over this trade, and this box will pop up, and you can set up your own buying and shorting one-click trading. Okay, so I could pick one of these, and if I click on it, it'll automatically trade it as per the trading rules that I created for each one of them. It's up to you, Mr. Janice. Okay, I mean, it's a question we get asked all the time. If you wanted to, you could. I mean, the AI gets out of all the trades at the end of the day. But if a trade is working, okay, I mean, I'll show you this one right now because it's kind of after the fact. So there's the SNBR, right? 2882. Let's just say this traded, and it kept trading very nicely, and it closed near the high. If you look at this daily chart, it still has a lot of room. You can then make up your mind if you want to hold it. Okay, it's really that simple. The AI will get out of everything at the end of the day, but you can see right there, I mean, this is an earnings play. Who knows, maybe a second day, third day continuation. It's got lots of room. So it's kind of up to you. Yeah, so the performance is, we don't really have performance anymore because the AI is used so many different ways by different people, okay? I am a firm believer of, not auto trading it at all. That you would manage if you wanted to, when you get an alert, you don't have to take it right at the alert price. You can kind of wait for it to settle down a bit if that's what you wanted to. But you can also, even if you did take it right at the alert price, I would be managing the exits on your own. You'll see a lot of times that the AI, in this particular case, I think it got out, $29.95. Okay, now, you could still be in this trade though. I mean, I know it got out early, but you could still be in this trade. So if you're managing this trade, maybe you're only out half of the trade. I don't see, I know it's some kind of an algorithm kicked in to get out of the trade, but you could still be in this trade or re-enter it. I use it as a watch list more than anything. Okay, so I'm not trying to sort of skirt the issue, but it's sort of irrelevant trying to look at past performance, because everybody is going to use the AI in a different way. Because what you're asking for is if you auto traded it, and I don't recommend auto trading it at all. Okay, so IMGN is back up here, guys. This was my early rule breaker that I took. Interesting. We'll see if this continues. Takes out that high. It still has some room to the, 482 level. And notice how the price alerts, this is why the price alert window is so, you should, if you're not using the price alert window, if you have trade ideas, the price alert window is part of the standard service. You're not using the full capabilities of trade ideas because look what you can do. I mean, you can set the price alert, you can minimize this window. The minute it hits, the window pops up, can't miss it. You can put a sound alert on it. Using this sound alert actions and all, it changes color. And if you sort on the triggered column, you'll see the last alert right at the top. So I mean, and it's so easy to set price alerts. I mean, Traderz did not invent the concept of price alerts, but I've used a lot of different charting programs, and I've had some different brokerage platforms. But I find this has got to be one of the easiest way to create a price alert. So for instance, right there, let's say I wanted to put a price alert at the high of the day. So I'll just demonstrate it right there. So I just move my cursor up, everything up, my pointer right to where the dotted line is. I right click, create the price alert, save, done. I mean, how easy is that? So, and that window will pop right up on my screen if it takes it out there. Now I can always move the price alert down if I wanted, right on the chart. So there's no excuse for not setting price alerts. So one-click trading, as I was talking about one-click trading. So here's how you can set up your own. I mean, obviously these are ones that I've set up. Okay, but here's how you can set up your own. So you have to have the strategies tab. That's what I do, AJ. Exactly. It like sort of man and machine. The machine is giving you, sort of setting it up for you, with your entry and your stop and all that. And then the man, in my opinion, should be managing it. That's how I would use it. It's kind of like my watch list. I mean, the watch list it doesn't set up a stop, but it sets up, the trigger, and then, it's up to you to manage it. Why get Brokerage Plus if not for auto trading? Okay, so Mike, Brokerage Plus is part of the standard package. Okay. So when you say why get Brokerage Plus is just part of the standard package. Okay, and so what I'm demonstrating here is how you can set up one-click trading, nothing to do with auto trading. It's very close to auto trading. I mean, you're setting up, but let me keep going. In order to set up your own strategy, you have to have the strategies tab. And again, from here, from Brokerage Plus, there's the tab right there. So make sure you have that open, click on it, and then right click, new trading strategy. And of course, you give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? I'm going to show you what I do for my chart trading strategy using the buy button. Okay, these are all these are tabs. You can fill in as much detail as you want. So I'm going to show you what I do. So this is one strategy called chart long $100 risk. Only if you want to auto trade, Mike, to pay $1,100 for Brokerage Plus is only if you want to auto trade the AI. Okay, it's only if you want to auto trade the AI. Brokerage Plus is part of the standard service. And if you wanted to auto trade, which I'm going to go over, give me about 5 minutes. If you wanted to set up your own alert windows and you want to auto trade them, then you need the premium service. But if you don't care about auto trading at all, you don't have to do anything. Brokerage Plus is part of the standard service. You can connect to your IB account if you have one, trade it, or you can use it as a simulator. So this is what I've done. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm sort of answering questions in the YouTube room. So what I've done is, notice I've got a buy button on the chart. So what you do is you take one of your long strategies that you've created and you designate it. Okay, if I use the buy button on the chart, this is how I want to trade. So I've designated this one. I've called it chart long $100 risk. And if I right click and I check on default chart long strategy. So that means if I use the buy button on the chart, it's going to follow these trading strategy rules. I have no entry time. You notice if I showed you my watch list up and down that I've got here, you notice that you would notice the slider is at 9:45. That's what prevents anything from coming in until 9:45. Give me one moment, please, as I reset my music here. Just give me a second. Okay. Now, finally, I don't have to say what I normally had to say before with the risk management, but order detail and risk management. So here's what I would do. Order details. I would 100% get used to the idea of not every trade is going to work. All right. You have to have an out. So if a trade worked against you, and it's all going to be dependent on your account size, how much are you willing to lose on a trade? So in the simulator, what I'm doing is I'm saying I'm going to risk $100 a trade. That's what that 100 means. Obviously, your account size will dictate how much you should lose or prepare to risk on a trade. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, that's what I'm doing. I'm risking $100 a trade. Based on stop loss, how does that work? If I go to risk management, stop loss, I'm using this filter, and I'm using the VWAP stop, which I used to have to say was a custom stop, not available to you, but it is now finally a standard filter. All you have to do is find it. There's a big drop down menu. You can use the VWAP stop. Okay, you see it right there, 47 cents. So if I were going to get into this trade right now, the stop would be 47 cents away. So that's how you can use it. The hold time, I don't have a hold time. If you want to have one, that's fine. But I manage the exits on my own. And the only other thing, in the risk management, people ask me, can you put a target? You can. I don't. For purposes of demonstrating, I've put a 50-cent target. So if I get into the trade and it moves higher by 50 cents, it'll get out automatically. Okay, and so that is a target that I've put in. So how does that work? So let me take a trade, and I'm going to use the buy button. Remember I was talking about the MN low? I didn't like it, but look at it move. I love this pharmaceutical preparation top list, guys. I love it. Again, I'm going to pop it into the room. You can follow all day long. I'll pop it into the YouTube feed also. I'm going to show you how you can create your own. So let me look at, okay, so let's take a look at Sava as an example. Could be interesting. Still has some room to about the 740 mark. So I can use this buy button in a bunch of, well, 3 different ways really. I can take the trade immediately at this price, or I could say, you know what, I want to take this trade if it takes out 690, the high here. In other words, sort of a conditional buy. I could set it so it was right up there, or I could say, hey, if it pulls back to 658, I could set it. So let's put it right up here. I click on the buy button. Oh, I have to do it here, I guess. And I'll just drop it right up here. Okay, so it would take the trade at 688. If it got to 688, it'll take the trade. I'll give it a moment, see if it moves up that high, and see if it automatically take the trade, and it automatically has a stop in place at 645. And it probably is going to take the trade. It just took the trade. See how that worked? Put it right on the chart. It just took the trade. So why did it take 256 shares? And again, this is an approximate, okay? But 256 shares, if I take the entry and the stop, the difference between the entry and the stop, multiplied by 256, I'm going to get close to $100. So there was obviously a little bit of slippage in place here. So if I allowed it to move, if the trade started to work against me and I just allowed it to take me out automatically, right at 645, I would lose $111. Okay? Now, if I allowed it to take me out automatically on my target, I'd make $116. Now, I can always, right on the chart, I can always move so I would use this like a trailing stop. Let's just say the trade really starts to work well. I would just start moving my stop up right on the chart. So I just moved it up here. Right at the bottom of that 15-minute candle. Okay, so now, I've minimized. So if the trade starts moving against me and I allow it to take me out automatically, I'm down $57. The same thing with the target. Let's say again the trade really starts to work well and it gets close to my target, and I'm watching. I could always move the target up too. Okay, so that is. So it takes, if you just want to let it run automatically, taking all the emotion out, you can do so. Just give me a moment here, please. Okay, so that is how. Now, you also, remember I was mentioning in here, if you wanted to, you could create your own alert window and then load from the cloud, all right? So then it would load here. Then you have to create your You have to create your trading strategy. Each one of them, you have to create the trade. How do you want to trade it? If I get into this trade, what stop do I want to use? What my risk is, and all that sort of stuff. Okay. You still have to create your trading strategy, but for instance, if you wanted to trade my windows, you would just load them. You'd load from the channel bars and new channel bar, my windows. Now, here is where you need the premium service. If you want to auto trade, say my windows, my alert windows, or an alert window that you create on your own, then you need our premium service. And how it works, you notice these are on, these are off, these are on. You basically turn the strategies on. See, it says strategy enabled. If I uncheck it, now it's off. Now it's on. If you do want to auto trade your own alert windows, then you need our premium service. If you want to auto trade the AI, you wanted to trade the AI alerts, then you need the premium service, plus you have to buy Brokerage Plus, a one-time licensing fee for $1,100. Okay? Minus any appropriate discount. One time in that, if for whatever reason you decide you don't want to trade anymore, so you unsubscribe from Trade Ideas and then you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting for you. So Mike, that's what I was trying to say before I had that question. Somebody said, well, why would you have Brokerage Plus unless you're going to auto trade? You don't need, Brokerage Plus is part of the standard service. Just want to sum it all up. If you do not care about auto trading at all, then all you need is our standard service. Okay, and Brokerage Plus, using as a simulator or connecting to your IB account, Interactive Brokers account, all you need is our standard service. If you do want to auto trade your alert windows, you need our premium service. And then if you do want to auto trade the AI, you need the premium service plus you have to buy Brokerage Plus for $1,100. Okay? All right. Now let's see what's happening. SWTX. Well, this is a interesting one. What's the volume like? Not great. Low float. And again, guys, this room is free, and you can ask me questions all day long. I went over a lot there. I don't expect anybody to have, to be now an expert on how to use Brokerage Plus in everything I went over. But that's why the room is free. We also have that Q&A between 12 and 1. And, we try to support the product as best we can. It's a custom, Tom. Okay, it's a custom. It's a formula. I'm going to call it proprietary. All right. It takes a look at the various different VWAP days and the volatility, the high, the low. It's a very long custom formula. So I'm just going to say right now it is proprietary. Yeah, finally, I don't have to keep saying it is a custom formula. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. What time is it? 11:10. As usual, the morning goes very quickly. So if you're paying attention, again, if you're really paying attention and you're treating the simulator like it's your real money, all right? Don't not just a video game, it's your real money. You got to be watching. You got to be watching the trades. Even if these are auto trading, but I mean, even if you're not auto trading, and you can, in fact, what I'll do right now is I'll manually show you how you can just manually take a trade. I mean, you don't have to set up one-click trading. You don't have to do all this. I think it's, it depends how quickly you want to get into trades. The only reason I think it's a good idea to set up one-click trading is because it establishes a stop and the proper position sizing. Okay, that's why I think they've USO. So when you say USO is not tradable, what do you mean by that? On Interactive Brokers. I'm just looking at, I mean, I do see a bit of NASC and all that. I see trading. So I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. And you have Interactive Brokers? You're talking USO. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, it'd be very crazy to trade it, but I guess I see a bid and ask. I mean, I'm not going to trade it. I don't want to. You're not seeing a bid and ask and all. You're not seeing time and sales, etc. Or what you're saying is that you might see it, but it just won't. It still will prevent you from trading it. It's hard for me to understand why you would see, time and sales and all. I mean, it looks like it's trading to me. Well, I'm in Canada, and I mean, I see time and sales, so I would dispute that. You can't trade it. Now look at MRO now, guys. So that was, let's see if it can take out five. Big area for to try to take out. And somebody mentions chamber. Is that what it is? Chamber or camber? CEI. Okay, so let me do a manual trade. So a lot of these, of course, are these little energy stocks. GBR, BLRX is not one, but I want to. Okay, let me do this one. I mean, this could be a little interesting one. 722. There's the high looking left. A little break on the daily right there. So I'm going to take this trade. Okay, I'm going to do it in a manual way. Now, This is what I'm saying though. You have to do some, math ahead of time because where are you going to put your stop? So let's just say for argument's sake, I'll put my stop 20 cents away. At 634 approximately. Okay, that's 20 cents away. And if I were going to risk $100 on the trade, then that means I could take 500 shares. Okay, so assuming the price remains about the same, so I can take 500 shares. I can go right into the market because it's 654, 656. So I'm going to buy right at the market. There it took it right at the market, 500 shares. Now I can put my stop in. So I mean, this is the manual way to do it. And I'll put it in at 636. Okay, so there it is, right on the chart. See how it's approximately $100? Okay, there it is. So now there's the stop. I could also, if I wanted to, put in a target. So let's say I put my target up here, way up there at 722. And you fill in both of these. So, I mean, this is the manual way to do it. I mean, nothing wrong with that, but okay, so there's my cell. So I have now bracketed it. All right, so I can always, again, of course, I can always move my stop up if I want. I can always, move wherever I want my target, anywhere I want. Ah, too bad. The CLB took me out early and I missed my re-entry. Just checking, no shorts. Well, the marathon MRO is really getting interesting. A little pop over 5. How did that WPX do? Still over 5 probably? Yeah, over 5. IMGN still kind of strong. I'm just kind of waiting on this break on the high here. Might take it again. What I'm actually finding also though is that this is a great little window later on in the day, and especially if the stocks are near the highs. Okay, guys, DFS. DFS is an earnings play. Little break here. What's the high looking left is 35.57, so a little bit close to that. If DFS takes this out, though, it's got some room. DFS is an earnings play. CLB, just okay. Now, if you have the AI, you'll notice that one of them has been alerted. The same symbol has been alerted again. So the first time it was alerted, it was more of a momentum play. The second time it was alerted, it was more of a pullback play. And both coming from Holly Neal. All right, guys, listen, I'll be back. What time is it? 11:20. Be back about 11:25. right, guys, I'm back. And okay, the IMGN, another one that had a price alert set for OVV. Look at this one, OVV. Another one is little energy plays. The high looking left is 541, and it is getting close. The high looking left on that weekly chart. Another chart that looks, I mean, look how many charts look like this. Big drops on the weekly and crawling back. Well, I don't know if DECN is a scam. We don't trade very many pink sheets in here, okay? But usually there's a reason why a stock is on the pink sheets, but I'm not saying it's a scam, but yeah, SGRY, I got this thumbnail, so I'm kind of watching this one. Yeah, look at this SGRY. Little move there. Look at that bottoming tail all the way down to 970. Pop back up. There's the high. The 200-day moving average is still kind of above it, 1067. It kind of stalled it on that day. Got a little bit above it, but not a lot. And then it's kind of stalled. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that. So when I sold that at the market, yeah, it was a market. It went in correctly, 495. I was just watching the bid ask 495, 496. So that's where you could have sold it. So that's real world. Sorry, guys, just give me another moment here. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, just give me a second here. I'm having a bit of a problem with my headset. Just give me another maybe couple of minutes before I get this settled. All right, here we go. All right, guys. So obviously, this one I took as a demo. I'm gonna. I thought I moved this up. I guess I didn't. I'm gonna move it right up to there. Take me out of the trade. Look how I did it right on the chart. Took myself out of that trade right on the chart. No, we don't have EMAs. So you're talking maybe the 8 EMA, 20 SMA crossover? No, you can put it on the chart, of course. You can visually see it, but no, we just don't have EMAs. Yeah, I gave my input on the DECN. Well, not very many pink sheet traders or OTC traders in the room. So you're asking, I mean, so they're usually there's a reason why a stock is on the OTC or pink sheets. Okay, so Roni, in the web-based version, all the alert window is real time. So when you get when you get an alert in the like a new one, that is real time. The charts, both in the download, the app, desktop version, and the web-based version, they refresh every 10 seconds or 8 to 10 seconds. Okay, so when I click on an alert, when I click on, that's the real time right there. That is real time. If I just let it sit there, it'll adjust in about 8 seconds. But when you click on an alert, it's a real time. The chart is showing you real time, and the alerts are real time. Volume in a stock is more than the 5 days average. All right, so we do have, let's take a look. I don't use that, but let's take a look. So there's the 5 day, add the filter. So if you put 100% right there, no, I'm wrong. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. That's just the actual shares per day. I know you can do it with a custom formula, greater than the 5 day average. Let me just do a check here. Just give me a moment here. I know there's a way to do it as a custom formula. I'll show you how to do it if that's what you want. I think. Maybe there isn't. Maybe we don't have a data point for the. All right, let me check another. Okay, so you would need a custom formula. Average day of IFI. Yeah. Okay. So, are you really interested in it? I can show you how to do it if you're really interested in it. Okay. All right. So the formula. Okay. Let's go into the off topic, AJ. Okay. Go into off topic. Now it's not an alert. It would be a filter. Okay. Just so you know, it would be a filter. So you could only filter for stocks that are greater. Just get out of this one. You could only filter for stocks. So for instance, you could say, show me stocks that are double the 5-day average, as an example. So the volume today is double the 5-day average. It's not gonna. It's not gonna. Does that make sense? Oh, okay. So if you're happy with, let's AJ, let's take it to the off topic. Okay, go to off topic, please. So this would be the formula. Give me a second here as I type it in, and I'm going to show you how you can create it. Vol 5-day. It will be a custom formula, yeah, but it's easy. I mean, I'm going to give you the formula, and then I'll show you. Have you done a custom formula before? Okay. Okay, there's the formula. So TV is total volume divided by and that's the volume over 5 days. That's the average. Okay. So this is how you would create it. Now I'm just going to give you the instructions. I've got a script for you, so bear with me for a second here as I grab it. Just got to find it. It's a Word document. There we are. The daily, Thomas, the daily position in today's range. Okay, that's how you do it, AJ. Okay, so to create the custom formula, you click that link and the instructions are right there. All right, how to do it. And so you, as it says, it'll create a filter just like a min and a max box, just like any other filters. And so, for instance, if you wanted today's volume to be twice as much as the 5-day average, and you would just put 2 in the min as an example. Okay, so I'll let you go. I'll let you do that. Let me know how that worked. So when you say static charts, yeah, these are not like, I mean, there is about an 8-second refresh on all the charts, okay? So yeah, they're not moving up and down, but it's about an 8-second refresh. which, I'll be honest. I mean, listen, when we first, we didn't have charts for the longest period of time at all. And when they said, well, they're not going to be like the classic charts where you're seeing the movement right up on the screen, there's going to be about an 8 second refresh. I thought, that's not that good. So what I did was I can't remember what broker, I think I was using eSignal at the time, and I put my eSignal chart next to my Trade Ideas chart, and I ran it for a couple of weeks. I wanted to see, did it make a huge difference in my life? And what I found, it made no difference at all. I mean, look, typically if you're, if I click on an alert, it's not so much I'm looking at the chart anymore. I'm looking at my time and sales. I'm looking at my order entry. Do I want to trade it? All that sort of stuff. I'm looking at the pattern because it's a real time. It is real time when you click on the alert, but I don't have to see it moving, jumping up and down. And if a stock is moving so fast that, so that 8 second delay, well, if it's moving so fast, what are you going to do anyway? We don't have level two, and no. That's a question we get asked a lot. Level two you get from your broker. We're not supplying it. Okay? Yeah, we don't have very many, if any, pink sheet traders in this room, domestic. Okay? So, I would doubt anything coming from the pink sheet stocks about, especially something that's, talking about the virus. Yeah, yeah, well, listen, I mean, I don't want to, you do what you have to do. Yeah, and just to follow up on that, Cameron, believe me, if I didn't like it, I wouldn't be using it. I'd be using, the classic real-time charts. I like our charts because I like how it used to be the four C's: clear, crisp, concise, and there was one other. Okay, I like the presentation of our charts, the visual presentation. So That I have not noticed, Brittany. And also, I wouldn't get, when you say way past, now I don't know about the SNBR. I mean, that was depends on the spread. I don't know about the SNBR, but I can't say, and I'm not trying to defend Holly, I mean, but I can't say that when you say way past, give me an example. I mean, the SNBR, it's possible because it was very whippy. But when I look at the AI alerts, usually it's around the price. I don't get bent out of shape. If it's a few pennies difference. And again, I'm really not trying to defend it. Though I guess it sounds like it is. I need to stop it. Sometimes a cat just cannot get fed. Yeah, Sammy, there's no way to set it up for swing trades. You just have to take a look at the alerts, and if you like the way it's traded by the end of the day, and there's room, it's a question I'm getting. Any recommendations on how to set Holly up to show swing trades? You can't. I mean, because the AI gets out of every trade by the end of the day. But as I always say, you don't have to. If the trade still looks good, then it's up to you if you want to hold it. Okay, just give me a second here. I'm trying to help somebody in. Let's see if I can find that. Okay, history. Yesterday. Let's see. No, not necessarily, Sammy. No, in fact, they are designed for multi-day holds. They really are. But I mean, it's up to you. I mean, the okay. You know what, Domestic Cat, you're listen. We're not really into those trades. Okay, DECN. It's going to be up to you whether or not you want to hold it or not. Okay, sorry to we're just not into that in this room. Sounds like you're trying to convince yourself. All right, just a second. That SGRY is still looking interesting. Just over that, I just wish this weren't here. The 200 day, I mean, I'm sorry, the 200 day, it's just up there. You know, it's a little bit close. Yeah, this is not the room for that, Shaddy. I mean, you know, we're not going to tell you what to buy and sell. You know, there might be some ideas generated, but I'm not going to say we should buy this one between 2 and 5, like a stock between 2 and 5 to buy now. Way to set up inter-market alerts that are relevant to a stock. Inter-market alerts that are relevant to a stock. I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. Inter-market alerts that are relevant to a stock. Yeah, no, well, we don't look at the commodity or forex market, so no. I see what you mean. No. I mean, we can drill down into different sectors, you know, but no, from commodities and forex, no. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break. I'm going to find out who's on at noon in the YouTube room. You see, I took this SPCB, 1,100 shares. The reason why, there's a pretty tight stop. 115 times 105 times that will give you about $100 risk. I keep keeping this on the watch list because look at the potential here. Look at that weekly last week, or how many weeks ago? 3 weeks ago, got all the way up to SPC, all the way up to $1.92. Are you talking about right here? You can't. You're talking about what you got here. You're talking about on the charts, right? Or are you talking about the color on the charts? Or you're talking about here? Like that's green, that's yellow. So what windows are you talking about? Are you talking about like an alert window right there? That why I have that green and that's yellow? The TI windows, the letter of the are you talking about the charts, the TI chart? The letters right there in the chart? Okay, not charts. So you're talking about SBCB right there. Okay. So that's white. I mean, okay. So there's only a couple things you can do. If you right click on a chart, you got me going, on an alert window, right click and go to properties and then select colors. So here you can, there's your background. These are the colors you can have, okay? You want white. You want white. Yeah, I don't know if you can change that. Let me just see. I have no idea. So you can't mean that. You can't mean that. So I mean, your only option is this. I mean, this is our option in the colors. Okay. So it's up. I mean, you can only pick. So that's all you can do. Okay. There's no other option. It's just the background. I guess what you're saying is the letters will always be white. I'm wrong. Okay. So I'm wrong. So no, you can pick. I'm sorry. It's been so long since I've done this. So you can pick. Okay. So you can pick. You can pick the color of the symbol and you can pick the background. I'm sorry. I'm completely wrong. It's been so long since I've even done that. So there's your symbol color and there's your background. Okay. I probably have not. Okay, Jamie, I will. So, Jamie, I don't know. Can you hear me in the room? Sammy, there is a way, and I'm going to be leaving. Can you hear me, Jamie, in the room, in the YouTube room? Because this is how we're doing it now. If you start streaming right now, even though I'm streaming, the minute I stop streaming, your streaming takes over. Okay? So I don't know if you can hear me in the room. Just let me know when you start streaming, and then I'll just stop. Okay.
Okay, I do believe everybody can see my desktop. Hello, traders. Giving Barry a little break so that we can make room for the live support session today. And I do believe you can see and hopefully hear me okay as well. Gonna pop out the chat panel here and refresh it just so I can make sure. I see your comment, Sean, coming through loud and clear. Very good. Welcome, everybody, to the live support session. A couple of quick adjustments here. Give me just one sec. All right. Okay, so just a reminder, this is the live support session, primarily to get your questions answered about anything TI related. So if you've been sitting on anything, by all means, go ahead and use the questions panel to get it out there, and I'll do my best to answer any question that you might have. And welcome, everybody. Today is Thursday. You know what that means. Tomorrow's Friday. All right, good little crowd in here. So as always, while we're waiting for some questions to come in, I'll do my best to entertain you guys a little bit. And boy, look at this color right here. Nice and lime green. Hey Alex, how are you? I am also in Texas. Greetings to you as well. I'm also in Texas with a broke down air conditioner, and hopefully, fingers crossed, that's going to get fixed because it's about to get steamy. Yeah, good question there, Hidden. The question is, how long do you usually stay in swing trades on average? And typically, we're just going to let the chart dictate that. Could be a day and a half, could be 2 days, could be 3 days. It just depends really on the action that is presenting itself. So, for example, gold's been on a rip here lately. Here's the little mini shares gold miner GLDM. Broke below this 10 period here, and if you would have gotten long in this area right here, you'd be enjoying a nice 2-day gap up. Okay, so what do we got here? We got one gap up, we got two gap ups. So if I were in this trade trying to manage it, I would simply use this 10 period over here on the daily as a potential get out area if things went the other way. But on the same token, if I squish my chart all the way up here on the daily, you'll see that we're very close to the all-time highs over here. So Hidden, hopefully that that's a simple answer, but simple topic, just letting the longer term charts dictate. And you can even take it back a little bit further here. How are we looking on the weekly? All right. See, now we're looking at weekly candles. We got the bottom right here. So really just depending on your risk tolerance, um, you know, weekly candles, daily candles. Some people even go further out and like to trade off of the monthly candles because there's less noise. Yeah, no problem. How about pause? Well, you may have heard Andy or Steve or Michael maybe kind of mentioning a little in-house fund that we've all been contributing to. And Steve seems to be the gold and silver expert, and matter of fact, has been in this trade for quite some time. I want to say somewhere back in this area right here, and has enjoyed this whole run up and made a very timely exit earlier in today's session. So you can see here, getting out right about here. And interesting action on what's taking place here. You'll always hear us referencing this green line here, which is the 10 period simple moving average, and is a great indicator for things that are in play for the day, whether it's a volume momentum, breakout, or whatever. This 10 period is a good indicator at short-term trends, okay? And notice what happens. Sneak back down here, get a close below that 10 period, and then we have the sellers coming back in. How long will it last? Unknown at this point, but these 10 periods, whether it's the intraday for, maybe you're intraday only, maybe you're a little bit of both, but whether it's the intraday chart or the longer term weekly, monthly, daily, that 10 period is always coming into play. So if I had to just pick something to say, okay, rely on this for momentum type stuff, it would definitely be that 10 period fast line there. So, perhaps gold's going to take a little break, go sideways for a little bit here, along with silver. Looking at the way this candle currently is, if we get a close back down in this area, could take a little pull back down to the 10 period, or if we get back above it before the day is out, which there's plenty of time left in the day, to see if it can reclaim this 10 period here, as well as pause. You're going to see most of the metals exhibiting the same type of thing here. Gold, silver, all the ETFs. All right, Alex, just checking your question there. what is a good way to detect when a stock pulls back to a moving average? Okay. Is there an alert that will generate when price touches moving average? Good question, and the answer is we can do that. Okay, so I'm just going to pull a top list over here. Um, Notice the title here, pin the 10. Now this one is looking for things that are in motion. Okay, so if I flick back over here to the configuration of the filter set, you can see change from 10-day SMA. I'm looking for things that are well above the 10 period. Okay, with the assumption that if they're at least 2% above that 10 period SMA, then they're in motion to the upside. So if we start looking at these stocks here, CLB on the daily, well above the 10 period. Notice the correlation on the intraday as well, still staying way above it. All right, we could just go down this list and everything's going to look pretty similar. On the daily, still well above the 10 period. Oops, yeah, we got the gap up here. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Well above here, really well above here, and notice what it's doing. It's coming right down to this 10 period and catching some little area of consolidation right there. However, if we wanted to modify this list to show me things that are butting right up to the 10 period, we'd have to change it up just a smidge here. So what we're going to do here is change up the settings here. And notice what I do here, especially if you're new to the product. It's always a great idea to hit the little show me icon. Of course, this filter is relatively new compared to the other ones, so I'm not getting any in words tab here. I guess we need to get that added. However, if I wanted to find things that were butting right up to the 10 period, and I do believe I got the right setting in here. Let's see here. Right at it, or no more than, say, 0.5% above. Let's see what that gives me. I might have to go back and check my work here. Okay, so TRI. Okay, yep, that's it. Notice now how TRI on the daily is just a smidge above that 10 period. It wicked down below it earlier in the day, snapped it back up, and now we're just barely above it. LM. I guess that's 0.5% there. It looks big, but on a percentage basis, 49.42 to 49.56 sounds about right. And, once again, everything that we pull up here, live price is here, 10 period SMA is there. So Alex, this is a very good way, just picking any of your moving averages and then dialing in the proximity to that moving average. So let me go ahead and pick one here that is going to be usable in the In Words tab, and I'll show you a more proper example on how you can use the Show Me icon here. So if we go change to one of the older SMAs, say we just pick the 50-day, okay? Change from 50-day SMA. When I add that filter, notice now we have the In Words tab. So if I use a 0 in the min, the price is above or at the 50-day SMA, and then I could say here, okay, the price is at the 50-day SMA, but no more than 1% away or high above that 50 period SMA. Or if I really wanted it nice and snugly, I could go 0.5%, 0.25%, so that things would basically be right on that SMA, whether it's the 50, the 10, or any of the other ones that we have available. To alert rather than just list them. Well, you can always use these filter settings and attach an alert and use that in an alert window. So if I click on configure within an alert window here, we do have some of the crosses, okay? Intraday crosses here, 5 and 8 on all these time frames. And then we have the, well, where did they go? Yes, SMA is not doing the trick there. But we have the larger period crosses as alert in alert form: the 20, the 50, and the 200. Okay, but once you get outside the 20, the 50, and the 200, you're going to be relegated to filters to let you know when those stocks are close to the area, so that you can then monitor them for the cross. All right. And a good way to do that might be to use something like a new high. All right. So what we could do is collaborate these filter settings. Right click, collaborate, copy all. And then we could take an alert window and simply paste these filter settings by using collaborate into the window there. So now I've got the filter settings in here. All right, change from 10-day right at no more than 0.5% above. So keep in mind, this is going to already be above, right? But we could do one of these. So it could be 0.5% below or 0.5% above, and then we could pick an alert to maybe coincide with when it's going back above. Okay, so it's not exactly what you want, Alex, but it might prove to be a decent workaround. In tap, hitting a new high on the intraday and coming right up here to, slightly cross that 10 period. ARES doing the same thing. So it's not going to be exact, but it might get you some of the things that you're looking for. And this is just one example. A couple of other alerts that might be useful for that would be the running up now and the running down now, these guys right here. Because these alerts here just look at rapid bid movement up and rapid bid movement down on the 1 minute time frame. So if it's slightly below that 10 period and then it gets a running up, well, then it might be a decent alert for something crossing through one of these smaller intraday SMAs that we don't necessarily have in alert form. See, this one's still below, but if we were to take a peek at maybe some of the history today, we might notice some correlations of them running up through that moving average. All right, looks like that made sense to you, Alex. Good deal. And your comment about the 5-minute low, would the 5-minute low combine with the change? Sure, if you're wanting to find it going back through below, going from top through the SMA to the downside, as well as, 5-minute high for things ripping up through that respective SMA. So, new high, new low, and running up and running down were just the two that came to the top of my head. But there are plenty of other things that you could try to plug in there and maybe get some good results. Hey, no problem, Damien. I will pop the pin the 10 in there. Now, did you want the version where it's right at the 10 period or above it? Just let me know and I can send you the right one there. And then, of course, you can always modify it accordingly. Okay, so let me just do this. I got two different versions in here. And I'll just drop them both in there. All right, let me just check the settings here. Okay, so this original one is going to be right at the 10 period, but I tell you what, let's tighten it up just a little bit. It's going to be right at it, but no more than 1% above it. And I apologize, guys. I'm going to have to put you on mute here for just 1 second. All right, guys. Hey, sorry about that. That was the air conditioner man, so obviously I had to take that call, but hopefully my problems in that arena will be remedied soon. Okay, so getting back to the point here, at or uh, let's just say no more than 1% above. If I can make my fingers work here. All right, so I will drop this one into the chat panel. And then, of course, just keep in mind you can always go back in there and play around with it. All right, so that's the pin to 10. And let me just check and make sure I haven't missed any questions. And I refresh my questions panel as to avoid the stuck questions panel that we had last Thursday. But it looks like everything is working properly here. So good deal. Oh yeah, Bill. Hey, we just got started, buddy. Well, we're 20 minutes in, but hey, we got 40 minutes to go. So if you got a question, let me have it. And we're just going to scroll through some more of these stocks because I find it very interesting how this list is just super packed. And we're always glad to see you among us as well, Bill. A lot of my trader cohorts in other cities making comments like, "Why is the market so green today? Because all these people are without jobs." And I'm like, well, when has that ever really been tied to the market? Sometimes there's a correlation, sometimes there's not. But when we've had market conditions that we've had as of late, well, we're going to get some big green days. But we're not out of the woods. Depending on how we close today, we might be kind of coming out of the woods, but a lot of time left in the day. Can I turn off the shaded stop area on the charts? Okay. So I'm assuming are you talking about all the taglines over here for the smart stop and the swing exits, or you're talking about these shaded areas right here? And if my memory serves me correctly, okay. Well, we're going to remove this button right here, which what I did to get in there, I just pulled up my toolbar, went into options, and I can unselect show extra chart drawings, and let's see what happens here. Okay. I do believe that is what you were referencing there, Bill. So we got rid of the shaded areas as well as all the swing stops and all that good stuff. Did I hit that right? I do believe that's what you were getting at there. And while we're waiting for Bill to get back to me, yeah, okay, sure, I can do it slowly. Okay, so right now they're gone. Okay, if I wanted to reactivate them, we just come down to the TI toolbar here, Tools, Options, and then you don't even have to really click on any of these other things. It's right in the General tab, and it's this option right here. If I recheck that box and hit Save, then you're going to see the shaded areas and all of the swing exits, smart stop, and profit targets reappear. And then if I just go Tools, Options, come down here and remove Show Extra Chart Drawings, click Save, and presto changeo, they've all disappeared. Yay. All right, good deal. Okay, so other interesting observations for today's market action. And notice down here on my tracking ETF top list right here where I've got the SPY, the diamonds, the Qs. notice the volume levels over here on the relative side. Right now the SPY is at 0.49, so we're doing about half normal volume, but we're just grinding up. What I found very interesting this morning is my compare count window after the first 15 minutes. After this first 15-minute bar here, we had very bullish readings, okay, along with several other sectors like healthcare, okay. Some are going to be flat, some are going to be showing negative or bullish or bearish signals. But as far as the overall market today on the big caps, things capitalized over 4 billion, we had very bullish readings after the first 15 minutes. And lo and behold, what do we do after that 15-minute period? Kind of went sideways here for about 45 minutes, then we busted out to new highs. And then we kind of cycled back down. This little area right here currently acting as support on the intraday. And we're slowly grinding back up. Notice that 10 periods in play as well here. So a nice little heads up as to the overall market, what might be in store for us. So I've been trying to figure out other ways to leverage this type of information. Okay, so here we are looking at stocks hitting highs and lows in the opening 15 minutes, right? That's one way to do it. It's been pretty, I've found this to be a pretty interesting metric over time. Does it work all the time? No, nothing ever does. No study, nothing ever is 100%, maybe for a small period of time. But all in all, 7 times out of 10, this does give us a little peek at to what the market might have in store. Okay, Bill. I thought you were talking about the remove the studies there, but I see your other question now, and I'll get back to this in a second. Conducting some other experiments to maybe confirm what I'm seeing here. But the question is there a movement to add open, high, low, close bars to the charts? Tired of the old-fashioned candles? Good question. I would love to say sure. I've heard nothing about that at this point in time. And what Bill's referring to are just the instead of the candlesticks, the colored candlesticks, seeing a different type of bar appear. Haven't really heard anything about that in the development chatter, Bill, but I'll be more than happy to bring that up in the next meeting and see if we even have that on the dev table at this point. And we'll let you know. Okay, so I did a little bit of experimentation this morning using Brokerage Plus. And let me find my B plus here. And we can talk about what I gleaned to help back up what I saw here as far as overall market action. All right. And when I show you this, keep in mind, this is just probably the second time I'm doing this, and I'm going to do this all through next week to see if I notice any additional correlations. Okay. But as you all know, you can paper trade through us and Brokerage Plus, and if you have a premium subscription and have paid your fee for the Brokerage Plus to be able to do automation, then you can take your strategies that you've configured and back tested with the odds maker and run those things in demo mode. Okay, and you're seeing a little bit of action that I ran on a automated strategy this morning. So let me find the alert window real quick here. And it was VWAP. Okay. So let's see if I get my proper backtest settings here. Okay. So what we're looking at here is shorting things that are either, well, just above VWAP, anywhere between, above VWAP, and it could be up 1% positive VWAP divergence, 2%, 3%. If we look at the alert window here, you can see I haven't mandated a minimum here. Okay, just saying, hey, if it's taking a positive VWAP divergence, doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, 3. Let's take a shot at shorting it and seeing if it backs off. Now we can see here, got quite a few trades coming through, and I back tested a 40 trading day period here. All right, so it's quite a few trades coming through and a pretty high success rate. Okay, 66.7%. Now, if this works most of the time, but this morning I let it rip in demo mode, and these are the results. Okay, things were not backing off this morning in the first 20 minutes. Okay, so if we couple this information with what we saw in our compare count window after the first 15 minutes, and then this little guy right here is over and done in 20 minutes, because I'll show you the rest of the settings here. We're only letting these positions go in the first, and keep in mind this is for experimentation purposes. In other words, I'm not just jumping willy-nilly in here and trading things in the first 1 minute. I just want to see what's going on in the first 1 minute. And this is something that I really want to hammer here. We can find a lot of information about what's happening in different time frames. Okay, so yeah, if you actually tried to launch this strategy in the opening 1 minute, well, depending on the types of stocks that you're going after, it might not be such a good idea because of spreads and fast market action. But gleaning information from what's happening here is a whole different topic. Okay, so just wanted to make that clear here. So we're only taking these trades in the opening 1 minute because depending on how long you've been in the chair here, you know that there are a lot of stocks out there that take these wide range bars, okay, up or down, and then in 5, 10, 15 minutes, whoosh, they come right back down. Okay, and sometimes, but not all the times, whether they stay up or come back down is also going to be related to underlying market conditions, so to speak. So, very short hold time here. So I was trying to find something with high probability that usually works, that will coincide with my compare count readings of taking that I'm taking after the first 15 minutes. Okay, so we got the compare counts. I'm consulting those in the first 15 minutes. 5 minutes later, this is all done, right? And we can see what happened. Okay, if I took how many trades here today? 8, and I think that's all that was pumped out today because, hey, I'm in demo mode. I think I had this on, hey, take 50 trades if that's what's going to come out. I just want to see what happens. Okay, so usually this thing works. Okay, usually these events will pull back in the first 20 minutes, but guess what? They didn't do it today. Okay, so what is that telling me? Well, based on what I saw with my compare count readings and market action after the first 15 minutes, then 5 minutes into this 15-minute candle, I see that these guys on the back test are usually pulling back nicely in the first 20 minutes, but none of them are doing that today. Okay. That gives me additional confirmation that, yeah, we might be moving higher in the day because these things that usually peel off are not peeling off. Now, let's circle back around here because what I was getting at earlier is, these stocks, a lot of the times when people generate decent looking back test in the first 15 minutes, a lot of the times it's because these stocks with big spreads are showing up, or maybe they don't do any volume. In other words, they're one of these stocks that when you look at the chart, you probably wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole because it's got a 50-cent spread, a quarter spread, trades 100,000 shares a day. But check out the symbols coming through here. Okay, these are not. Where did my single stock window get off to here? Okay, just wanted to pull it over here because these are not thin stocks. Okay, ORI, nice and tradable, pumped out 1.7 million shares already. PHM, Pulte Group, cranked out 2 million shares already. IRM cranked out 481,000 shares. Everybody's familiar with TAP, cores, okay? So these are not thinly traded stocks, okay? So that's kind of important when you're dealing with data sets of this nature. Every one of these is going to be liquid and very tradable, okay? So therefore, if I was using a bunch of thinly traded stocks, it wouldn't be a good indicator of what might be going on underneath the rug if the rug is the market. Okay, so just keep that in mind moving forward. That's why we enabled Brokerage Plus to be a paper trader. Okay, and then taking it one step further, being able to paper trade automated strategies and see with simulated slippage in here how they might do, or using it just to see, hey, are these things that usually pull back in the opening 20 minutes pulling back today? If they're not, that might be a sign of strength. On the opposite side of the coin, if we did the inverse of this strategy, things that get beaten down in that opening 1 minute, take that wide range bar down, and then snap back up. If they're not working, then typically that might be a sign of weakness. Now, if we saw weakness on the compare counts, that would be good affirmation. So the point I'm trying to make here, and this is just scratching the surface, is that you can get in here and do a lot of exploration and glean a lot of information that can eventually lead to a system, right? And you're only limited really by your imagination. So, not only is this a great thing to use in actual trading if you have the right strategy, but it's also a good way to ferret out information that you would have never had the ability to do this unless you have something like Brokerage Plus and the ability to auto execute and get close to realistic results in what you see here. So that's my little spiel on how we can use Brokerage Plus to ferret out information. Never mind the fact that we can use it to trade manually or in automated mode, but we can also use it to sniff out information that we feel is pertinent to our trading styles. All right, well, I see we've got a decent little crowd in here, and the questions panel is open. So I hope everybody understood what I just said there. If I need to rehash anything, let me know. What is Smart Stop and how do you use it? Okay, well, let me get rid of some of these windows here and we'll talk about Smart Stop. Okay, so Smart Stop originally was a filter that we devised just to try to come up with a little bit more scientific methodology of, arriving at a decent stop loss. So let's just take a peek here and find the old Smart Stop in its filter form. And there you have it, percentage and dollar amount. So I could just take this filter and just show it as a column so that anytime I get an alert here, it's going to tell me, okay, Nelson popped up. Let's say it looks like, okay, interesting because check out Nelson in this wide range opening bar. It's a wick. It's kind of hard to see since it coincides with the opening line here. But the high of that candle right there was 1211, which is right here at that wick. See, this is one of those that did, and let's see what the open was, 1188, ran up to 1211, and then boom, back down here before it moved higher. So let's say that in LSN, we got the new high alert either here or here as it was setting a new intraday high. And I was thinking to myself, okay, what kind of stop loss should I use? Well, a lot of us have our own methodologies and go, well, that's a lot of steam. It just expended up there. But I got to stick to my rule of the previous 15-minute candle low as my stop loss. Or I could have just went, well, it's telling me to use a Smart Stop. Put the wrong one in there. Well, I would use a 2% stop loss. Okay, I thought I had added the dollar version. Let's just go ahead and add that one too, and we'll see. It was like $2. That sounds a little excessive. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so if I bought an LSN, either cracking here, smart stop dollar amount that it's recommending is 28 cents, or a little over 2%. Now, the smart stop is using a couple of different factors as far as volatility, how much the stock usually moves around in a normal session, and then factoring in relative volume, because, depending on how much volume might be coursing through the stock, normal relative volume is 1, but if it's doing 2 relative volume, then it's going to add a little multiplier to let's say the average 15-minute volatility was 14, but it's doing 2 times relative volume, then it's going to double that smart stop from 14 to 28 cents. Okay, so it's based on some volume factors and average volatility for each specific stock in any given session, and it's multiplying the two. You'll notice down here in the Holly strategy panel, we've got all the stocks right here, or excuse me, the strategies. And if we look over at the stop loss, you'll see that Holly is using smart stop on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the strategies in play today are using the smart stop. And it's exactly this filter here, smart stop dollar amount. So Uriel, let me know if that does it for you on what the smart stop is. And once again, percentage or dollar amount. And once again, it was devised many years ago. I want to say smart stop came out about 12 years ago. Just a little bit more of a scientific way to approach a stock based on that single stock's characteristics and the volume, as opposed to just doing 50 cents across the board or 2% across the board. Well, you can use it in a couple of different ways, right? Let's see, I think I still got rid of mine on the chart there. Let me see here. Show extra chart drawings. Get the smart stop back here. Okay, so notice on my chart here, we're looking at Beyond Meat right now. Notice the stock is trading up here at 96.12, and the smart stop is illustrated over here on the right margin. You can see smart stop right there, along with the little dotted line. So it's represented on the charts. So you can just say, okay, I'm going to take a stab at Beyond right now, but if it gets down to the 95.28 level, that's my stop. Okay. Not only is it visible on the intraday chart, but you can see it on the daily chart as well. Or you can just simply add it as a column to any top list or alert window. Okay. So if we review the history here, since nothing's coming through this window at present time, back around 10 minutes ago, when CPRT came through a new high, if that looked good on the chart to you, then you could just consult the smart stop value over here and go, okay, I'm getting long CPRT, and I'm going to use a 52-cent stop. Okay, and you'll notice it's going to be different for each stock typically. Mohawk, if you were getting long up here, it's recommending a 75-cent stop. Nelson, 27-cent stop. So, keep in mind you can add this column to any alert window, any top list, or you can just use the smart stop values that are right on the chart there. All right, looks like we're caught up on the old questions panel. And Holly's not doing too bad today. If we check out how many trades she's had, well, we could look either at the all trades blotter right here, or we could just count them up over here from the channel bar, 2, 4, and 9 signals. 9 signals right here. And not doing too bad. A really nice trade in Nike today. Notice the strategy that triggered it on support. What do we have there? 88.17. Nice little wiki candle here. Short-term support was showing up. Nice little fill right here, 88.17, and then boom, just what everybody likes, a little immediate gratification over the next 30-minute period, all the way back up to highs. And what do we have here? We got that 10-period fast line coming into play here. Got a little crazy below it. On support, fires, and bam, what a beautiful entry in the Nike trade today. Made it for the whole timed exit, which is the exit reason here. If we go find that strategy on support, 60-minute hold time is what this one was geared around. And I do believe, yeah, gonna have a date with the 200 here pretty soon, coinciding with this little area back here that could act as potential resistance. But not a bad trade nonetheless. Depending on how we close today, if we close with this little doji here, we might have a little bit more upside steam to get up to that point tomorrow. We'll just have to see how it closes out here. Alrighty. Tell you what, I need to get my layout just to reload here instead of fishing for the windows. And zoom. You just can't keep zoom down. What a novel idea. Video conferencing. Okay, sure. Not that there were a ton of other video conferencing applications out there. Skype, Slack, just to name a few of the bigger ones. But this seems to be one of the Corona darling stocks because people are having to work from home, along with the one I just mentioned, which is what we all use here at Trade Ideas because we've always worked from home long before the coronavirus made it onto the scene. And as you can see here, man, what a nice bounce off the bottom for old work, which by the way is currently a position in our little in-house hedge fund, a la Michael Nass's play. And you know, not bucking all-time highs like Zoom, but still relatively strong in these market conditions. And it's quite obvious, you know, what we're up against here. Probably take another little cycle back up there. We'll see what happens. So Zoom, one of the Corona stocks. Work, another one. Let's see here. The healthcare stocks have all been in play, obviously because of what's going on out there with all the medical stuff. So no surprise there. We just don't see a lot of stocks coming through this ticker anymore because this window right here is looking for things at all-time highs, and they're showing up, but just not quite as frequently. You can see Zoom's been all over this one. Oh wow, look, another biopharma stock hitting all-time highs. Q, one of the smaller cap stocks. QDEL. In vitro diagnostic substance manufacturing. Shocker. So a lot of the biotech stocks doing their thing. Z-Lab, pharmaceutical preparation. No big surprise there. Cadence Design Systems, but I do believe, let's see here. Yeah, more of the software side. Vertex, Eli Lilly, and of course, in the news not too long ago was Abbott, because allegedly they had a drug that was effective in studies for the Rona. Guild. Let's see what Guild's up to. Whoosh. All right, Gilead Sciences. And now, this is the nature of the biotech stocks. They either rip in your direction or they rip against you, typically. Even the big ones, right? So I'm assuming some type of news. Well, let's see here. Guild expected to beat earnings. Price target 75.32 coming in 1 year. Huh. Right. So how things quickly change in the biotech world. Okay. So that's probably going to have ripple effects, throughout that industry. Yep, so some drug not doing what was expected. And that's the thing with biotech stocks. UVXY. Yep, taking a nice little spike up here. SPY wicking down as well. Qs, probably everything's gonna look the same at this point in time. Nice nice red candle down, and now the market will figure out what's happening. Yeah, one drug, even if it's a huge pharmaceutical company, can just can wreak havoc or cause tremendous upside. Each and every drug that shows positive results or fails, and that's just going to be amplified on the smaller ones. But even the big boys are not immune. But yeah, that Guild's certainly getting frisky. Let's see what the volume is up to now. Yep. So we were just hovering around normal volume up here as it was surfing the 10 period. News comes out. Relative volume is still showing 1.11. Volume in the 5-minute, one would think that it would be much higher, as what we're seeing right here. Only 42% above normal. Maybe. Did it halt? That's a good question. So what we're going to do here is we'll pull up our halt window and take a peek. All right, let's see if Guild's in here. And voila. 4 minutes ago, it was halted. Yep, because anytime you see a move like this and you're like, there's no volume in it, well, it's halted. And we can see right here, approximately 5 minutes ago, halted because of reason number 26. I forget what that reason is. Doesn't really matter. A halt is a halt. BioCrystal Pharmaceuticals halted just 2 minutes after that. Interesting. Where will it reopen? Let's just put it this way. Musical chairs in play, and somebody's going to be left without a seat when it reopens. And it looks like it has reopened here. Let's just go. Resumed. Okay, and as you can see, look at these smaller time frame volumes now. Okay, volume on the 5-minute, almost 4 times normal. Volume on the 1-minute period, 18 times normal. Okay, 1,800 divided by 100 gives us a factor of 18x there. Okay, well, that was an interesting little real-time experience there on a halt. And I'm probably going to wrap it up here about 5 minutes till, so I can deal with the air condition repairman who's showing up right at the top of the hour here. So I'll keep it going here for another 3 minutes, and Let's see if you guys have any additional questions here. Okay. All right, what do we got going on over here? Interesting. Okay. As well as this guy being a little dried up, except for the pharmaceuticals and some of the bigger weighted defensive stocks like Johnson and Johnson. But then again, they've got their fingers in just about everything. A little biotech, a little of this, a little of that. We do have things that are breaking down from time to time, like this guy right here. Invesco. Hey, Invesco, look, they like to give investment advice. But into the abyss goes Invesco. IVZ hitting all-time lows right here. Not looking too good for old IVZ. Nothing really to catch its fall. Where it stops, nobody knows. But rocking 6.39 on the relative volume and swirling into the vortex here. Not very many of these coming through as of late. All right, just got to let Barry know that I'm going to give him the reins back here in just a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you guys for popping into the live support session here. I'm going to be handing it back to Barry in about 30 seconds here. So I hope you guys got some value. Just keep in mind, every weekday from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, we'll be here live to answer your questions and show you interesting, cool things about the product. Okay? All right. So have a great rest of the day, and I will talk to you guys later.
YouTube room. I think I'm back in there. So guys, obviously you saw the guild action. Look at that. Look at that 15-minute chart on Guild. Look at the topping tail. Look at the bottoming tail. Look at the market. That 15-minute. Another 5 minutes for that. Well, if you're in this room, June, you don't have to worry about it. It's just another YouTube room. Basically, I think for people who just want to listen to me and watch my screen. There's more interaction with traders in the trading room that you're in right now, but it's just another way that you can. I mean, in the YouTube feed that we've got, the stream we've got going, people can see my screen and they can hear me also. Well, SPY is recovery. And of course, Guild is more than just that drug. You know, I mean, Guild is I'm sure they're multifaceted. I mean, but a lot of people, obvious that we're hoping that drug would prove to be well, call it a wonder drug. Boy, this one is really upsetting me. Okay, what is the high right there? 1678. This one still has some room. CLB. Ugh. Well, that's coming right from Gilead themselves. I mean, Yeah, not a vaccine, Mac, but yes, a treatment. Well, it wasn't the vaccine, but it was a treatment. I don't know if this one's got anything to do with it, but I mean, look at this one also, Surgery Partners, SGRY, or if it's just a general malaise right now with the pharmas. Looking at the SAT, just one moment, please. Okay, so the market is trying to shrug that off right now. Huge bottoming tail on the SPY, previous 15-minute candle. You see what I'm talking about right here. So there was a market reaction to the Gilead news, and then it's come right back up. Let's see if it reclaims all this. It looks like it's trying to. Okay, one moment, please. Okay. Okay, guys, IMUX is starting to come back. Now, they did a financing, right? $15 million financing at, what was the price? 15 million at 850 a share. So this is shrugging off that financing very well. IMUX. I mean, it's $1.30 above the financing price. So shareholders, yeah, initial reaction not so great, but still not down to the financing price. And now it has been slowly coming up. All right, guys, excuse me, I'm going to do my video pretty soon here. Trying to see if there's any little bio that I might want to hop into that's basing nicely. This one is unfortunately, it's not bad. It's pretty extended on the weekly, but it's over the whole number. ARAV has a little bit of room, but it's a little too extended. Yeah, I mean that was quite the bounce. I mean that was an incredible bounce for it. I mean remember it was down to 76. It got all the way back up to 81, and now more reality setting in. But this would certainly that was a massive pop, and that was a very quick pop too. That gave me pause. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video right now. I'll be back certainly. Let's see, certainly by 140. Should be sooner, but okay, guys. So I'll see you, yeah, around 140. Probably sooner, but certainly no later than. All right, guys, I'm back. So I'm starting to see some of the news. A mischaracterization of the post. Interesting. Okay, guys, so I have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So how is Guild doing right now? Wow, it's been all over the place. I mean, look, remember that bottoming tail, the big pop up there, moving down all the way down here, a big pop up there. So this is really, really, as you say, it seems a little bit fishy. Meanwhile, CLB clubbing ahead here. CLB, so we have some resistance maybe on the daily chart of about this. You know, this is going to be in the watch list for tomorrow for sure. I mean, this could be a really good continuation play. I mean, looking left on the weekly chart, you see 1678. But I mean, if it takes all this out, I mean, look at the room it's got. PSTI, another one that was really ripping earlier, about a week and a half ago. Big pop, pull back over the whole number again of 10. Man, look at IMUX. I wish I had. I mean, this could go positive, guys. I mean, this is a tremendous reaction to the financing at 850, $15 million. So that's what, about a 1.7 million shares or so. So not that many in terms of dilution. Though I guess it only has 3 million in the float. But yeah, a bit of an ugly spread. But my goodness, that's a fantastic reaction to the financing at a much lower price. And look at the volume is coming in. Well, I mean, investors might look at it and go, "Okay, we agree with the reason why you're raising this money." As opposed to, if we don't raise this money, we're going under. Okay, I mean, those are the two extremes, obviously. Somewhere in between for a lot of financings. Yeah, you're being diluted, of course. But again, if listen, if you were in a stock and the company said, you know what, we want to raise this money. I mean, I'm just making this up. We want to raise this money because we got this incredibly great testing process that if this works, it's going to make us, gazillions. But we need to raise a little bit of money to get this test going. Okay, I mean, I'm making it up to a certain extent. So you might look at that and go, yeah, okay, you're diluting my position, but boy, you're raising the money for all the important and right reasons. Okay? I mean, that can be it. Oh, CLB, you are going ahead without me. I mean, this is definitely. Hey, listen, I mean, if this takes out this high tomorrow of 1678, and it could easily, I don't think it's going to do it today. I mean, just look left. Look how much room there is for a CLB. I mean, this came from almost $50, $49 or so. I mean, it's with a huge energy decline, of course, but had earnings, whatever they said, market saying, oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of times they don't say that though, Gus. I mean, they literally say if we don't raise this money, we could go out of business. I mean, a lot of times that's what they do say, don't they? And I don't know anything about this company. Well, again, it's it you can drive yourself crazy trying to figure this stuff out, but I mean, investors might be excited about the reason they're raising the money. Okay, it's that simple. I mean, I don't know. I don't know in this specific case. Here's another one. I like this one, but I just don't like the fact that it's got that little spike right there at 737. I mean, I'm looking at these farmers. I'm just trying to see if I can nail one later on in the day. I mean, we're getting a little late for me, but nail one of these. See how these are the ones right near the high, but again, I just have to look at that daily. If that weren't there, if that little high right there, whatever that is, around 735 ish, that weren't there, I'd probably, it's extended. I like to see maybe it's base a little bit and then get some volume and then take it because it has room. But unfortunately, it's got that little area there, so I just have to take a pass. And that wasn't well, I mean, it wasn't that big. It was $15 million. Now, granted, obviously this company had done a reverse split at some point. I mean, that's a very low float. So, I mean, it was adding, what did I say about, let's do the math. It was adding about 1.7 million shares to the float. Still, I mean, a low, low float. All right, guys, setting an alert for IMGN around the high of the day. It's going to be just under 450. It doesn't. It has room. You know, if I look at that weekly chart, 482. I mean, I'm not saying that's where it's going to stall, but I mean, if it took that out, I mean, it still has a lot of room. The IMGN. And how is Gil doing now? Meanwhile, I know on the way down, 1367 on the high, so it's dropped about $1.50 from the high of the day. Ooh, KB. Now, this is starting to move down again. This is an earnings play. Not very much volume, though. Big float. Not very much volume for that float. Wow. That's an M? Yeah, that's a million. Wow, that's not very much volume. For a 395 million float, this trades somewhere else. Where are they out of? Ah, that's why. South Korea. Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense. Okay, so as if I don't know if you're quite kidding, you're asking me to recommend a stock that will go up 5 to 10% today. No, I'm sorry, I cannot. You know, first of all, are you talking from right now another 5 or 10%? I mean, I just don't doesn't work that way. I don't want to. No, so I'm not an investment advisor. I wish I could. I wish I could say yes. Look at this one. This is probably going to go up 5 or 10% from right now. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be flip on you, but yeah, Harmony. I will say this. I mean, you know, the CLB, if it continues to move, it'll be on the watch list, and then, you know, definitely be watching it tomorrow to see if it takes out that high and just kind of continues. It all depends on the energy sector, though, of course. I mean, I look at OIH. OIH, I mean, not every sector is positive, but OIH is positive. XLE is, you know, positive. I'm just looking at some of the energy ETF. So I mean, it's very, you know, something like a CLB is very, very dependent on what energy is doing, what the energy sector is doing. Boy, I know. Looks like it's going to take out that one. In fact, it just did. That's a. This looks like it go negative. It's only up 21 cents right now. Yeah, sorry. I hope you don't. I wasn't trying to be cruel or anything. Okay, Asif. I Well, I mean, people ask me questions in all, in all seriousness, and I understand. If I were in a room and I wasn't, I go, hey, what do you think I should buy? I'd probably do the same thing. All right, guys, so I'll be in that marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. And let me just get the announcement in the room. It doesn't start till 2, so I'll be still here. All right, I had an alert set for G dot. I have to see why. Okay. What's the high right there? The high right there is 2871. So that's why. So I mean, if G dot can take that out again, and it has some room. Boy, this got a lot of room. G dot on the weekly chart. Though, unfortunately, there is the 200-day moving average looming above it, 2941. Okay, you're saying that the stock symbol name is blank. Charts are not refreshing. This is in the YouTube feed. You guys can see my charts, right? You should see G dot right now. Let me just see. Okay, this is what I see, Devil's Island boys. This is what I see on the feed. G dot. Must be something on your end. Maybe do a refresh or... Yeah, he's in YouTube. Any reason why WISA is going up? Yeah, a lot of volume coming in. I did see this. That's a great looking one, though. I mean, if it can take out that high right there, 271. Look at the announces the closing of their financing. Okay, 6.5 million. Yeah, there you go. I mean, that is, I guess, the reason the financing is closed. 325 a share. So it's underneath. So there's one that's underneath. Okay, guys, the marketing meeting has started, so I put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Let me just get my music started, and there we go. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so I am really getting excited about these two. I'll pop them in, guys. You can use them as you see fit. But later in the day trades, for me, later in the day, and so after lunch, say 1 o'clock Eastern time, I'm seeing a lot of nice moves. I saw several yesterday. I did take one of them yesterday. I did take, you probably saw me take, I mean, this didn't unfortunately last, but I did take the IMUX. I got very excited because all of a sudden the spread was something like 1030, 1070. I'm going, oh man, what if the bid catches up to the ask? It just doesn't do that. But the IMNG, well, this one I did take it. I was very interested. I was almost going to take it on that 450 break. The RDHL, I mean, I didn't take this one because I thought it was too extended, and I was worried about this move here. But I'm just seeing a lot of interesting moves in the pharmas, and again, I'll pop this in. I'll use them as you see fit. These are similar sectors. And of course, you can always change what I've got here. I mean, I have a certain price range, 1 in 35. I think 1 in 35 is here, but the current volume is at least 2. Volume is at least 100,000. Usually they're way over 100, and then I sort on where they are in the position in the day's range, and just try to follow. So there's the CWBR. I mean, again, this is a little bit choppy. I'm not saying this is wonderful, but it's just giving me some really, really interesting looks. I think the one yesterday, if I can remember the symbol. Yeah, it was this one yesterday that really drew my attention. You see exactly what it did. So I started seeing this and see that volume that came in, and it just ran all the way into the close. And I got in actually over 5. I didn't take it right there. I got in just over 5, and it ran to 550, very steadily on that 15. I'm not saying they're all going to be like that, but definitely watching them all day. All right, guys. So it's 2:31. So I'll be shutting the room down around 3 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are questions. I'm still interested. Well, I don't know that move right there kind of. No, wide open today, real. I guess I should get rid of this. No, I see it took an auto. I should turn this off. Not following it today. Somebody was talking about Crocs earlier. Yeah, this is an earnings play after hours today. Obviously, the bets are being placed. Look at Crocs. This is they released after hour. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. They released this morning. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. I thought that said post market. So they released this morning and just been, except for that little jog up, been very steadily down for Crocs. Yikes. I don't know about a swing trade. I mean, here's my opinion of it. I mean, look it's very if you look at it on that daily chart, the weekly chart, the daily chart, I mean, it tried again. I mean, it almost got to the high, took out the high last week briefly today. But look at this. Well, I see a fair amount of resistance right there, 1160-ish. So, I mean, it depends what you're looking for. Yeah, I think Oasis is too cheap for me to even look at. It's under $1, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable volume. Don't get me wrong. It's unbelievable volume. 19 times normal. So, I mean, look, it has been running like a lot of those other small, this is the crude petroleum and natural gas extraction. That sector, there have been a lot of interesting ones all day long. There's the MRO, the MPX. I just don't get too excited about anything under $1. I'm sorry. Now Kroger, I mentioned Kroger. Did it maintain here? I mentioned Kroger this morning as something to maybe watch and see. I mean, look at that. Look at that weekly chart. Look how many times it hit that area. Now on that week, it did go above it, but down. I mean, on the area I'm talking about is around 32.86, right where it is. But one, and then another day. But 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's been trying to break through. Other than these topping tails, maybe now. And then if you take a look on the look left, has a little bit of room for Kroger. Yeah, listen, don't let me dissuade you. I mean, but it's just not my thing. I mean, I just don't look at stocks under $1. Boy, I wish I was. Well, I was in that marketing call. You guys, I don't know if you were watching IMUX, but I mean, at one point, I think it was about 10:30, 10:70 bid ask, and I kept thinking, wow. And I was in it. Can the bid catch up to the ask? Well, you don't need my opinion on it. I mean, I mean, obviously, if you look at the at that chart, I mean, obviously, it's got room. I mean, there's no question. It's got a lot of room, maybe up to that 240 mark. But that doesn't mean I think it's going to get there. But if you look at the weekly chart and you look at the volume that's coming in, can it sustain itself? I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, there it is at $1. It sounds like you guys are in it. So, I mean, hey, listen, if you're in it, I wish you well. Another one that I was watching earlier, didn't hold. Macrogenetics. Just looking at GPOR. I mean, GPOR had that great run, but I mean, it started here. I'll give you that. It started there. But that day, it went from 71 cents and it crashed right through $1. What's the float? 159 million in the float. Oh yeah. I mean, there's the other thing. I mean, it has traded an extraordinary number of shares. That's a huge float for a sub-dollar stock. Huge float. So it requires massive volume to make it move. Now, you get another day of massive volume like this tomorrow, maybe. But look at the previous days, all the volume bars right there. What trade was it, Jeff? It's okay. We can talk about it now. It's way after the fact. Which one? I don't have the exit time as a column. I see the entry, but no. Wait a minute. I do have the exit time. Sorry. Okay, so I'll just do a check. I don't see. I don't see anything. If this is what you're talking about, I see the entry time, and here's the exit time. So I don't see anything that was in and out in a second or a minute even. Just looking at the. Well, Holly is a it's it's not a broker. I mean, Holly is our artificial intelligence. It's got nothing to do with Sterling's a broker. Das is a sort of a broker too. It's got nothing to do with. According to this, it's still in the trade. 1229. It's still there's no exit. Are you talking? Are you talking about your B plus, or you're not talking about what? Oh, I see. Not in your paper trade. I see. Okay. I mean, so I'm just answering as if, I mean, Holly is ours. I mean, it's got nothing. It's not a broker. I mean, Sterling is a broker. You mean auto trading real? The world is turned on its axis. Oh, here's another one that could be interesting going forward. PFNX. Look at the room it's got. Crawling off the bottom here, looking left. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 677. This will probably make my the watch list for tomorrow. Decent volume. You know, because if it gaps up at the beginning of the day through the 678, I mean, it's look at the room it's got. 200-day is way up here, so this could be on my watch list for tomorrow. PFNX. No, I don't publish the watch list anywhere. That's sort of what I do on my own, and basically you can see the symbols that trigger from the watch list all day long. You know, these are the only ones that made it out of the watch list because of they met the filter requirements. The watch list has today about 25 stocks, so these are the ones that made it out. So we can kind of go back in time and see what happened. 949, 1548 was the alert. This is one that popped immediately and then it came down. I don't think this one really, 809, you got the 834. This is the one that killed me. 1398, and now it hit a high of 1541. I think, yeah, that is Barry's windows in Trade Ideas. Yeah, right. Yeah, from new channel bar, my windows right there. Yeah. Make sure though, if you have a layout already, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Remember, because this is a layout. Everything in the channel bar is a layout. And as I say constantly, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. This one, Rattler, I think this did pretty well. 639. 639, it popped to 697. I mean, these are quick trades. A lot of them are quick trades, especially depending on the sector. You know, we saw this a lot. We saw this, well, the energy sector, we saw a lot of stocks doing this and then giving it up. Did I make any? Yes, I did, Aaron. Okay. Let's keep going. WPX 5. I don't think this really moved. Yeah, a little bit, not much. 2538. Yeah, it was another quick one. You know, I wouldn't call that great because it popped up and then right back down. I think this one, MRO 486, yeah, it didn't really move. See, this is what I'm saying. We had a lot of action from these little energy plays that really didn't have a big follow through. Boy, this is a pink sheet stock. Yeah. Again, you know, we don't. Very few of us trade pink sheets in this room. I'm not trying to say don't come into the room, but I mean, there are probably other. If you're really interested in pink sheet stocks, there are probably other rooms. But this, I mean, this is a big zero. Then it won't take it, Richie. It won't take the trade. Are you talking about in the simulator? In the simulator, it doesn't know, of course. If you're talking about using your like connecting it to IB, they won't take the trade then. So were you talking about your account? Or you're talking about in the simulator? Your account, okay, yeah. Yeah, it won't take the trade. I mean, This has been a funny one. I remember seeing this one a little while ago on a one break, and it's been a little bit choppy, but it's just been steadily moving higher. BKEP, fairly low float, 39 million in the float. Bright red across all columns. Probably. Well, you're talking about like this in this particular case. It means it's down for the day. It is actually. So IMUX, it's down for the day. Okay. And slightly. So you can see this is down 11. So if it's the brighter the color, Oh, I don't think it's from the open. No, this is changed from the close. This is changed from the close. The brighter the color, the more it's down. Okay, so it's a color gradient. So what windows are you talking about, Barish? Like these windows here, as an example, colors? It's all user defined. I mean, are you talking about, for instance, here? Okay, so for instance, this is just me. I mean, I have just, sorry, for me, if it's green, it's up. If it's yellow, it's down for the day. Okay, down from yesterday's close, up from yesterday's close. That's just the way I have, selected colors. I mean this is a palette that you can choose from. Okay, some people might want to have I don't know, a blue color, but that's just me. Okay, in the top lists. It is a gradient. Typically, I mean, I don't use it. I'll be honest. I don't really use it, but I guess if I went to the colors, where's colors? So you can pick these different shades. Okay, so based on what you want to like, what you're trying to color coordinate. So I've got this on the change from the close. And it's really, I mean, you can create. I mean, listen, most people don't do it. Okay, it's a bit of a, it's not easy. I mean, it's not intuitive in order to change these colors. So we've created these for you. You can say, okay, boom, do something like that. What did I have it on before? I had it on this before. So typically, the darker the color, the more it's up. As an example, so look at Sava. It's up 24%. Okay. So the darker the shade of green, the more it's up. The darker when it's brown, but you can set this up. I don't do it. I have to. No, it's got nothing to do with small cap, large cap. No, it's just how well I mean, you pick how change from the close. You could pick a price range. You could pick different filters. Most people probably just go the change from the close. Because usually your eye is going to be drawn to those situations. Which are the ones that are up the most, down the most, things like that. Now, I like that color before, so what did I have? Here we go. Okay, Catherine, let me a good link for the chart symbols such as the blue arrow. When you say a good link, are you wanting a definition of why there's a blue arrow? Is that what you mean, Catherine? Because I can tell you why there's a blue arrow. See if Catherine can hear me. Oh, you can hear me, okay, and you can see my screen. So are you? You're not talking about these. You're talking about, for instance. Let me see something here. Let me find one, a new one. Okay. So for instance, can you see my screen and can you see BKEP, that 5 minute chart, and that blue arrow up? Oh, okay. Let's take a look at INO. Well, that's on yours though. You're not talking about these buys here. You're talking about an arrow, an up arrow, right? You're not talking about these little. Are you talking about these little buy arrows on the side here as an example on that weekly chart for INO? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, well, okay, so that's not an up arrow. These are side arrows. So you're not talking about. Can you see my screen? You're not talking about these little arrows that say buy. You're talking about an up arrow, right? Just want to make sure. I know it's okay. This is what it means. So there's an up arrow right there on IMMP. I know it doesn't really matter. I mean, this is the same. If you see an up arrow, okay, so you see an up arrow. What that means is, so at IMMP at 239 at the time 239, and there was the price 116. There's the so when if I click on that, that's the time where the alert happened. That's all that arrow is showing me. That's when the alert happened. That up arrow, okay? So you can see since that up arrow, since that alert, what has it done since then, as an example. Okay, and it's on the different time frames. This is on a 5 minute chart. This is on a 15 minute chart. And if you had a 30 minute chart and a 1 minute chart so all the intraday charts will show that up arrow. It'll basically just showing you the candle in which the alert happened. Make sense? So you can kind of, when you go back and start looking at things, you can say, oh, okay, I had an alert here. What did it do afterwards? You can see that up arrow. What did it do afterwards? There's CW here. Let's go back to 1150 here. CDXC. There's an up arrow. What did it do afterwards? A little bit of a pop, but so it's always kind of cool to be able to just go back, especially if you have a fairly active alert window. It's only for alert windows, not for top list windows. If you have a fairly, man, oh man, I know I'm jumping around. I know I talked about this RDHL. I didn't really want to take it because of this, but what a move. And the spread is even okay. Yeah, since that news about entering the China market, Beyond Meat has been just ripping. Was that yesterday? Was that or a couple of days? I think that was this day right here, wasn't it? What are we now? Thursday? So that must have been Tuesday that they announced that they were entering the China market. And yeah, I mean, look at it go. How is Guild doing? Another one, PFNX. I mean, I know this is, I'm very, very, very excited about, and it's not just this one. I mean, popping out the comparisons, the sector. We've not been able to do something like this, except in the last month or so since we've had that similar tab. And I've always wanted something like this, especially especially a hot sector. What else is happening? All right, guys. Wow, it's 3 o'clock already. So, are there any other questions? I don't see any questions. I don't see any questions in the YouTube feed. I don't see any questions in the trading room. Okay. All right, everybody. Well, tomorrow's Friday, so yay. Buy Beyond Meat. No, I didn't say that. Just kidding. Somebody's going to listen and say, oh, the guy in the Trade Ideas trading room told me to buy Beyond Meat. I'm kidding. I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't say that. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So have a great evening, everybody. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And goodbye to YouTube.